Hey loves, it's your girl Mariah Sincere, and I am back with another bomb video. For those of y'all who do not know, I'm an American woman who has been living abroad for the past 2 years, primarily in Colombia, and now I am now making my transition to the Dominican Republic. So if you would like to see that process, make sure that you subscribe. Make sure y'all are smashing the like button, sharing the videos. I actually did find a place. So I'm going to take y'all through that process here in a few weeks of me like moving in, furnishing the apartment, all of that. But today, y'all, we got some things that we have to talk about. I'll be very honest here. The Black travel space is very toxic. And I don't know what other way to put it. Have seen so many high school like behaviors. And when I was in high school, especially when I went to high school, to high schools where I just quite frankly could understand that people had their priorities in the wrong place, I was a loner because I couldn't relate to that mindset. And most of us in this travel space are 30 and up. And for some of y'all to still be acting the way that y'all act is fucking ridiculous, especially when y'all acting the way that y'all act in another country. And I'm not understanding. I remember when Razor Rays did his last panel, the question was, is the drama secretly saving the travel space? And from what I can see, yeah, I do see that to be true. But the problem is just not on the side of the viewers, is also what we prioritize putting out, right? And I have witnessed some very disturbing audience interactions when watching some of these other content creators. See, people like to make it seem like it's a problem with me being in this space because I'm a woman, particularly an African American woman. And regardless of, what people try to say about me, they try to say I'm anti-Black, whatever the case may be, simply because I point out bad behaviors of specific individuals, right? There is a heavily anti-Black woman undercurrent in the travel space. So people are upset. I've learned this being a biracial person, and this is just the honest to God truth. Whether or not men see you as a feminine or even a Black woman is whether or not is highly dependent upon the extent to which you let them run over you, right? And so if I was going along and getting along with a lot of these guys in the space and agreeing with everything that they were doing and maybe letting them think that they could sleep with me, whatever the case may be, I would get treated so much differently. But because I've been very vocal and speaking my opinion, now it's who, and they've said this, who your Black ass, who is your Black, this Black woman, her Black ass. This is how they talked about me on camera, while simultaneously invoking that, Black people and Black men need to stick together when they don't even like their own Black women, and have used me being a Black woman as an insult on camera several times. I don't understand it. And honestly and truly, I don't understand how the audience allows them to get away with that. I'm more baffled by that. I love when you watch Homie Scrub. It's all too easy. Passport bros suffer as a whole for a small amount of bros making us look bad. Yes, but I'm supposed to prioritize the feelings of the ones that make the rest look bad. We're supposed to say, forget people like Brock 699 that don't want to be represented like that. Oh no, we have to be quiet so that the ones that don't want to do right can get the opportunity to run amok. What's up, Ray? No, the drama is actually destroying their reputation. The thing is that you are a normal person among abnormal people. Thank you, Ray. This is coming from a Colombian man, right? Hey, stinky boy. So it's very toxic. And what a lot of y'all are not getting, and what a lot of y'all don't seem to understand in this space, is that it's getting to a point where they're going to be forced to shift. All of these content creators that y'all watch that are very toxic, that sit up and are constantly shitting on American women while at the same time going to other countries and promoting their women in a very sexual way. What y'all are not getting, and what I've been trying to say on this channel, what y'all are not seeming to understand, is that at this point, it's drawn so much attention that it's become an international issue. So they're going to have to pivot one way or another. If not now, then later. Why do y'all think that YouTube has been taking a lot of their channels away? It's just the beginning. And it was going to happen whether I got on here or not. It was going to happen whether Rob ever said anything or not. So you have Americans like myself who were saying, y'all, we have to take the focus away from the bullshit and put it right back where it belongs, which is culture, right? Respecting the culture, traveling, learning something new when you travel, giving good travel advice, helping y'all if y'all want to expat, helping y'all transition into new countries, helping y'all to socially and emotionally integrate. Is that what y'all want to do? Or are y'all simply just here for the women and the drama? Then another thing that, flabbergasted me is that in this space, I have been attacked for using my audience for money. And meanwhile, the same people that say this bully their audience. I've literally seen people sit up and damn near bully y'all. Oh, y'all need to send some money for me to do this. Y'all need to send some money. Just send the money. Y'all ain't sending enough money. Do this, like literally command y'all. But when it comes to, and then not just that, then tell you how you can and cannot spend your money. Oh yeah, I seen you over there simping for Mariah. Meanwhile, they're bullying you into spending yours on them. So then it becomes a situation where you have content creators who think that they own and have a monopoly on the money that flows through the space and thinks that they're going to tell their audience where they can and cannot direct their funds. So it's a very toxic situation going on right now in the travel space, the pocket watching, the bullying of the audience members in the chat. I've seen other chat members bully other chat members over where they're spending their money. And it's becoming ridiculous. No, I'm of the belief that there was a shakeup that needed to happen. I don't care what nobody says. Thank you, Jehovah. You are a pretty black queen for sure, but I have to admit, this space is just crazy every day. It's something new. Yeah, every day is something new. I understand it. That's fine. But you know what? I'm going to hold everybody's feet to the fire, period. Because there has to be a change. We have to do better. You got people, I'm going to show y'all, I'm going to review an IRL that I did yesterday that did pretty good, right? But here's the thing in this space. I remember when I popped up on the scene, people had the audacity and the nerve to question why I was in Colombia with my child. Meanwhile, you have people in this space who have been traveling or expatting, as they call it, for multiple years, and you can't even fucking speak Spanish. And then they be saying they do, but they don't. If you've been living in Latin America for a year or more, you should at least be at an intermediate level of Spanish. But how come y'all never see them on their blogs and on their videos speaking in Spanish? Then they had the nerve to try to convince y'all that they're having deep and profound, meaningful relationships with the women. And they're not. They can't even talk to them. And then y'all eat that up. They will sell y'all a course on how to get women, or y'all will go to them on consultations on how to get women. Meanwhile, they can't do what they sell because they can't talk to the girls. They're literally selling you, they're literally dealing with girls who were pay for play or there for the money. Because what else would these women be there for? They cannot develop relationships with these women. Yet the men in this space had the nerve and the audacity to ask me, what am I doing here? Oh, I'm going to show y'all what I'm doing here in a minute. See, the thing is, at any time I can walk out these doors and I can develop actual relationships with people. I took Spanish class. I made it a priority to teach myself Spanish. I made it a priority for years before I ever moved to Latin America to learn Spanish. So I don't have the problems that you niggas have. All of this shit that y'all project onto me, I remember the conversation was, oh, well, she's gonna get lonely and she's gonna run to us American men because she's gonna want somebody to talk to. No, bitch, you'll get lonely because you can't fucking speak Spanish. Yet you wanna get on the internet and tell everybody, act like you giving advice on integration or how to live overseas when you can't do the most basic shit, which is communicate. So you project that shit on the fucking me. The only people that deserve to be shamed is the people that currently support the PDFs and the people with weird cases in this space. Well, yeah, I agree. If we are being honest, most expats have no interest to learn the language, simply there for affordability, close proximity to the States, and an escape from the real reality. Yes, but here's the problem. And a lot of these people are not gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. Problems and deep and profound loneliness will come from you not learning the language, from you not learning the culture. You will socially isolate yourself. One reason why I left the United States was because in the United States, it's so hard to connect with people because everybody's living through their phone. People will rather date on the internet and talk to people on the phone all day than just actually go out on a damn date and be around people. It's such weird behavior. Okay, so why would I leave that to come into a situation where I'm intentionally isolating myself because I'm lazy? And guess what? It's not everybody doing it. I have a friend, he's a Black man. He's 26 years old, works for maintenance for American Airlines. He was originally stationed in South Korea. Guess what? They offered him a job in Bogota, Colombia. It wasn't even on his radar, but he went and he takes his weekly Spanish classes. He cares. It's a young Black man who had no plans to come over here or to Colombia, and he has sense enough to do his due diligence because he knows he's going to be living in Colombia for at least a few years to learn the language. So my question to all of y'all that sit up and talk shit about me and act like I don't deserve to be here, how dare your lazy ass? How dare your lazy ass? Thank you, repeat offender. Now, I'm going to go back and I'm going to review the last part of the IRL that I did. Shout out to In the Streets with Keith. I've only watched a couple of his live streams and I found him to be completely funny. And I know y'all don't like a lot of people in this space, but y'all please refrain from coming in here talking shit about him because what I'm about to say is not really about him, to be honest. I like that this man is holding everybody's feet to the fire and saying, if y'all are going to be in these countries talking about these countries, then y'all need to be outside, especially if y'all are fundraising. You need to be outside. And I agree. Now, the thing is, I'm going to be honest with the audience, and this is where a lot of y'all's accountability comes in. Most of the time, y'all love it when people are into it with each other and y'all are more willing to fund the drama. Or y'all are more willing. I made, honestly and truly, the most money that I've made is when I think one video, the topic I was talking about is dating over in America. That's the video that I made. The most money, y'all showed the most love. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Because y'all don't have to give nothing, to be honest, right? So that's never lost upon me, right? But I made that just sitting here from my couch, not having to go outside. So a lot of the content creators are like, well, if y'all just want to see us inside talking about controversial topics or beefing with each other, then we're not going to put in the effort. But at the same time, you can't do that. The possibility, the responsibility is still on us regardless to go outside, because guess what? We're raising money from y'all. It's a lot of crowdfunding and crowdsourcing. So regardless, we still have to make an effort to go outside, which is why I told you I'm going to commit to 2 IRLs a week, and I'm going to commit because look, I can't be outside spending money all week long, right? I spent a lot of money yesterday. So look, I'm going to commit to 2 IRLs a week, but I'm also going to do like a video, one video a week that I edit versus just, this is easy. I can just hop on my couch and shoot the shit with y'all all day. I don't have no problem with that. But at the same time, this is a travel channel, period. What up, Jose? Hey, Khalil. We have expat neighborhoods. We have women that speak English. They are learning English. They teach English in their school. Okay. The irony is that expats get the immigrant experience. They create circles amongst themselves and isolate themselves when living in another nation. Never being a part of life. Depression sets in. I've talked about this so much, right? And then guess what? That's why they don't put any roots down in a country. And then number 2, this is what is fueling the animosity between expats and people that live in these countries. Same way how when a lot of these immigrant communities come into the United States and they isolate themselves, and even if they start a business, they only hire each other and they only fool with each other and they don't even want to learn English. Don't that turn us the fuck off? It does. In the it turns us off. Because it's like y'all don't really care about America. Y'all don't care about the United States. You don't care about the people here. You just see it as a financial opportunity. So the people in these countries have every right to be watching our community and keeping their eyes on us and being distrustful. We have to do better. And that starts with cleaning this shit up online first, but then also holding the creators to a standard in terms of what we're really doing over here. All of these men want to sit up and talk about, oh, Mariah's sincere, not married. Fine, cool. I'm not. But y'all are specifically saying y'all are going overseas because it's cheaper and because the women are better. Why the hell y'all not married? Y'all showing these women on y'all's channels everywhere I go. Y'all got the women, the boo, all this and that. And then you're talking about how the dating is better, the women is better. Why are you not married? What is your excuse? See, me as a woman, I have to be more selective, but y'all are talking about y'all have an abundance of options, and that's what you're selling to your audience. Why the hell are y'all not married then? Okay. Yeah, I am 10. Thank you, Ray. No, Mariah, yes, you deserve to be in Latin America. You are one of us. Thank you. What up, Ponce Uno? I remember you from TikTok. I don't know you be on YouTube like that. What's up, Travel with Will? Salute to the chat. Y'all hit the like button. Now, I'm going to review an IRL that I did yesterday. Why am I going to do this? Well, this is the new standard. I don't care what nobody say. This the new standard. If you gonna do these IRLs, we sick of this curated ass shit. We sick of y'all paying these girls to get on these lives with y'all. All of y'all want to talk about it. I remember their homie's hub was like talking about Key. So you look so unnatural with all of y'all look unnatural and forced with these women. All of y'all look like y'all trying awkward and like y'all trying to force a situation, or you putting a situation together to sell these men a dream. All of y'all look like that. From a woman's perspective, maybe the men buy it, but the rest of us like, she don't want this man. It's so easy. So guess what? this is my challenge to the travel community, especially if you calling yourself an expat. Especially if you go into a Latin American country, from Latin American country to Latin American country, or you spending most of your time in Latin American countries. My challenge to you is to show authentic experiences, not these curated experiences. Get amongst the locals. Get amongst the locals. So this is the new standard, y'all. Now, I was drunk for half, like, the end of this, so I don't really know too much of what was said. I got on that Brugal. For those of y'all who don't know what that is, that's like a Dominican rum, y'all. Once I get on that, it's up. Now, y'all, my live cut off last night at a certain time, and I was hoping y'all didn't think that didn't happen to me. What ended up happening is the group that y'all saw me with, I ended up walking back over there and just chilling with them until dang near 2 in the morning, and then everybody went home. Okay, I was having such a good time. We was talking, drinking. They was playing dominoes, all that. And this was in Avenida España. So I'm going to show y'all Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Avenida España. Feel free to comment on what you felt like was going on in the live. And, you know, I'll translate where I can. I'm sure if I hit up the girl that do my nails and be like, you want to come out with me tonight? She going to be like, yeah. So it's just me needing to put more. I think. One moment. I think, on my face. Y'all see, when I tell them I'm not on the couch. Okay, so this is people starting where you got me for them. No, don't assume nothing. I got money for me. You American. Hola, ¿cómo estás? No estoy en TikTok. ¿Yo? ¿Cuánto tienen el live? 12 personas. 12? Sí. Okay. ¿Tú eres dominicano? No. No. They're asking me how many people are on my live. Are you Dominican? No. Are you French? Soy estadounidense. No puedes regalar. Soy estadounidense. Like americana, sí. Hello. Hola. Y'all say hey. He was asking me for money. That's one thing y'all have to be aware of. When y'all go overseas, they would definitely try to ask you for some money, okay? When they find out you're American, which is really why somebody told me I should start lying and not tell people I'm American, but at the same time, I don't know why I won't just lie. Sometimes I lie. Sometimes I be pretending I don't speak Spanish if I don't want to be bothered. I say I don't understand. He asked me, can I give him some money to buy something? Boy, bye. Get out my face. Yes. Y'all, hold on. You got to hear sound in this way. Like, this is the place to be if you're on the east side at night. Yeah, it's the DR. Everybody be out here over here in Avenida España. Like, all the people that live on the east side be out here. They be having a good time. Like, everybody staring at me. This is why I hate doing them IRLs, because everybody just be staring. They don't mean no harm. They just staring. Yeah, I'm gonna say that it is really difficult. I think y'all take for granted how difficult it is to do an IRL. Yeah, I'm still in the DR phone, stay on them. Y'all take for granted how difficult it is to do an IRL because people will just be staring you up and down. And then people, like, some people don't like that shit. And then they'll say something to you. Now you got to be worried about if you finna fight somebody. What about cross-panel collab interviews? I think K9 channel is safe and balanced space to have an honest discussion The people rock with K9. The only reason why I be nervous, okay, I'm gonna say this. I ain't never really heard K9 say nothing greasy about me. So maybe this don't apply to him. But what I don't want to do is go on somebody's channel and the whole time they got ill intentions towards me and they trying to set me up. Yeah, it's some of y'all. Let me tell y'all, I know y'all be washing in the bushes. It's some of y'all hoe ass content creators. I be fucking seeing the shit. Then y'all got the nerve to be trying to come on my channel and say shit. I be seeing the greasy shit your hoe ass be saying on your channel. I seen it. You know, like I've seen it. And then some of y'all be trying to get my attention so bad. I see that you a hater. I see that you a snake. I see the way that you smirk when people say negative shit about me. No, bitch ass nigga, I ain't never coming on your channel. I'm not talking about K9. K9, I would possibly go on K9's channel. That would heavily depend on maybe some things that he agreed to before I even got on there. But what I'm not finna do is get on a panel full. I value where I put my energy. Where I'm not finna do is get on a panel full of hating ass, bitch ass niggas, and the only questions that they have for me is, what am I doing as a woman traveling? Or what am I doing as a single mother traveling? Or saying simple-minded shit like, why do I paint black men in a bad light when this ain't never been about all black men? Don't come to me with them dumbass conversations and intentions, okay? Have you ever been to the cafe at the end of El Conde? No. I'm just reviewing a live that I did yesterday. I was live. This is me. I was live yesterday in Avenida España in Santo Domingo. My point is, I'm sure y'all, you're about to see the whole point of this video in a second. Because y'all gotta understand, I noticed with a lot of people on the internet,
if you start every interview answer with well, the next 30 seconds will change.
They care more about a one-time, like they care more about clicks and views than maintaining relationships. A lot of people will sacrifice future collabs if it means making money in the immediate. That's true. That. But you gotta understand, a lot of people don't have like an abundance mindset. And I'm not saying this is K9. It's just in general. That's true. This is another reason why I'm so reluctant to do collabs with other creators in the space, y'all. Because I know this, and I know just because how I've seen a lot of them conduct their own panels. If they see that the audience like, oh, this is an opportunity right now for me to make a lot of money in the immediate, they will sacrifice making future money with a content creator. You know what? A lot of them have the same short-sightedness that they accuse the Latin American people in these countries of having when it comes to scamming and getting over on people. You know, a lot of them talk about, oh yeah, in these countries, the people will scam or they'll get over on you and they'll risk an opportunity of you coming back and being a repeat customer. Well, here's the thing. A lot of these content creators in this space have that exact same mindset. When they see some super chats or some cash apps are on the line, they will completely throw out the relationship that they could be building with a content creator and long-term money just so they can make some money that night. It's the same mentality. Okay, sorry, y'all. My big camera died. I got to get on here while that charge. We're doing panels. So I'm very nervous to do that, to do it just in general. Okay, I know where you at. You get out there. Yeah, and the police be up and down this avenue too. So it's hood, but ain't too much. This is Avenida España along the Malecón. You can pretty much like anywhere from like right on the other side of the aquarium. You see people outside playing dominoes, playing cars, doing stuff like that. Texas, the United States.
Oh, from the United States. Wait, yo, so what is so? Dominican Republic, yeah. So how?
I love that. This is one reason why I like the Dominican Republic. And okay, I'll say this. With the Dominican Republic, it's a very mixed bag from what I've noticed. Yeah, you might have some people come up and ask you for money, but I'll say this. Me being a woman, and y'all can say, oh, these are people trying to play the long game. Fine, play it all you want to. You ain't getting shit out of me. But me being a woman, it's so easy for me to meet Dominicans, and like especially like Dominican men will come up to me and they just be like, hang out with us. They be like, chill. Oh, you want something to eat? You want some drink? This is not the first time this has happened to me, right? And one thing you don't have to worry about, I still watch all my drinks, but one thing that I was not worried about there that I would be worried about more so in Colombia is getting scoped. So that's one thing I love Colombia, but that scope, it really changes the social dynamics of a situation and puts you more on edge. So while y'all were watching this video, I think y'all were way more concerned for me than what I was, because I had already kind of been there for some time and have been, but it's nowhere near. And they don't have scopolamine over there. Being a woman traveler is no different than being a woman at home. Women have red carpet treatment if they carry themselves well. Exactly. And that's why they were saying in my chat yesterday that honestly and truly, I probably have more of a responsibility to go out and do these IRLs with y'all, because people will let me into spaces that they might not necessarily let some of y'all's travel space YouTubers, or people, like, for example, people are less likely to even try to check me over recording, or more likely to be polite than how they would treat a man if they saw a man doing the same, or they would automatically assume that you're trying to creep cam, even if you're not like creep camming, you're just walking around just recording the scenery, not necessarily trying to find the most big booty woman, you know. And again, part of the reason why the men will have a harder time, you could not even be doing that, but because of the misbehavior of a very loud minority in this space, the men have a harder time doing stuff like this, and it's really not fair.
How many people you have right now?
Right now, just 24. It's not that many.
24,000?
No, just 24 people.
What's your name?
No, pero esta gente viéndola.
Mariah.
What's your name? Your name?
Mariah.
Mariah, my name is Joan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So this young man right here in the white t-shirt, I did not know this, but he makes dembo music over here, and he's been on actually some big hits over here. This man is thoroughly impressed with my YouTube stream. He was such a cool, funny dude, though. A young dude. He was like 23.
For how long have you been here?
Like a month.
Like a month? By yourself?
No, I have friends here. I'm just out here.
Dominican friends?
Yes, of course.
What people from your country?
No.
Nobody?
No.
That's cool.
Uh-huh. How do you learn English?
By myself. I've been in the United States.
Oh, you live in the United States?
Yeah.
Y'all see how this man, he went and lived in the United States. He taught himself English. What is y'all fucking problem? And I'm talking to you content creators now. I'm talking to you content creators. By all means, this man has probably had far less resources available, and he has a very profitable, he owns his own business. I know y'all be trying to talk about all Dominicans are broke, Dominican men is broke. This young man owns his own business. He got his own car. He got about 50,000 something followers on Instagram. So what be y'all damn excuse for not learning Spanish when he in Dominican Republic speaking English? He don't got to be knowing and learning all that. You have a nice personality. You just seen too much bullshit from all the shit you see traveling. Yeah, so you don't take shit from nobody and I respect that and not finna do it. His name is, hold on, I gotta go. Let me find him on Instagram. Let me look it up while I play the video. When doing collabs, you have to be real picky with high standards to protect yourself and your brand. More incentive to learn English is the language of money. I mean, I get that it is the language of money, but I would think just being able to socially integrate, and again, a lot of these men come overseas and they want to date. To me, that should be incentive enough for them to learn Spanish. At the very least, when they get that's ridiculous. If you've been in Latin America for 2 years and you can't speak at an intermediate level of Spanish, something is wrong. It's different if you're in the yes, if you're American and in the United States trying to learn Spanish, that's way different. But if you're in these countries, you should like that. To me, there's no excuse. And the reason why I'm saying there's no excuse was because I'm not a native Spanish speaker, and I learned in the United States. So I don't understand.
I've been in Tennessee, New York, and North Carolina.
Okay. And the incentive in the United States is this, y'all. There are a lot of job opportunities that are going to be available to you if you are bilingual. So like the days of it not being a financial necessity, those days are slowly coming to an end. There are a lot of, especially if you live in the South and places like Texas, and you want to work in like a dental office, there are a lot of jobs that you will be locked out of if you're not bilingual. And a lot of jobs offer higher pay and higher stipend. So yeah, you can still get a job if you're monolingual and only speak English, but it's like you're leaving money on the table if you don't learn Spanish. So it's like, even in the United States, I view it as a necessity.
Oh,
those are employees.
I got like 9 employees.
Teamwork.
¿Y
qué hacen ustedes?
Yo soy Ricky.
¿Y qué hacen ustedes?
Hablo español.
¿Qué dedicas?
Yo me dedico a instalar tinaco.
Ajá.
¿Sabes qué es tinaco?
No sé de eso.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex
these commercials starting to get on my nerves too. I'm not gonna hold you.
Oh, okay, entiendo.
Mi edad, 23. 23. Ya no tengo.
33.
Me too.
Oh, okay.
Pero solo muy en español, con español.
Es porque soy de Texas, los Estados Unidos, y hay muchos mexicanos. Entonces
Sí.
aprendí español de ellos.
Oh,
Y
pero
también viví en Colombia por 2
ah,
años.
no tú hablas bien, pero como yo, no sé mucho inglés.
No,
Pero-
hablas muy bien inglés.
Lo que pasa es que pero a mí me gusta, yo amo.
Tú necesitas practicar todos los días.
Pero no
mejor.
tengo con quién.
Pero no, a mí tú suenas muy bien. Tú suenas muy bien.
Yo hablo inglés muy bien también. Pero tú eres así.
They were just telling me like what they do for work. They were asking me how I learned how to speak Spanish, and I was telling them I learned in Texas. I lived in Colombia for a couple of years, and he was saying he needs to like and improve his English, and I was like, okay, yeah, you got to talk it every day. This summary of what we talking.
Estados Unidos.
¿Cómo?
Tú eres nacida en Estados Unidos.
Ay, no. Yo soy de los Estados Unidos, pero no vivo en los Estados Unidos.
¿Dónde estudiamos?
Ahora estoy viviendo acá.
Pero, ¿por el tiempo o
No,
forever?
por siempre.
¿Por qué? ¿Te gusta?
sí, es muy lindo. La gente habla.
diferente.
Es muy diferente, muy diferente. Es más suelto aquí.
En Estados Unidos la gente es muy
Cerrado.
He was asking me like, basically, he was like, why you want to live here? And I was saying like, in the United States, the people are like more closed off. They're more like cold, and there in the Dominican Republic, the culture is more loose, you know, like it's more free. Like I love just being able to walk down the street. Y'all love this shit. Y'all can call it the hood in me or whatever, but I love being able to walk a whole block and people are and just being able to meet people just drinking, playing cards, playing dominoes, blasting music out there. It's like a block party every weekend.
Muy fría.
No sé, porque tengo muchos amigos de Estados Unidos. Y no es lo mismo. Por eso yo estoy aquí, porque no me gusta mucho.
La verdad, aquí es más libre.
Sí, la gente es muy social. La gente es más
Saying like the people are more social there, which is true, and I think that is the benefit, and that's why I say when y'all don't learn Spanish, you lock yourself out of social opportunities. It's very important. Are you Spanish? You speak it well? No, I just started. You know what? I just started learning how to speak it young, and it always just kind of came easy to me. I never really had any problems with like pronunciation. Like I could always roll my R's. I never really struggled with it, to be honest. It's called organic interactions. Yeah, that's true. We like to shoot shit up and stunt. That's what I'm saying. That's what I love about Dominican culture, y'all. Especially like, first of all, the police is heavy down that avenue, right? And it's not that people don't get unalived and stuff over here. There's no crime. That's not what I'm saying. But a lot of the times, like they just be chilling. So it's like you get all the benefits of, and I know y'all Dominicans don't like being compared to African American culture, but we have so many things similar. And it's like Dominican culture is if you took all the great things that make African American culture so fun, and like you took away all the stunting and the violence, the unnecessary violence. Y'all understand? This is like this. That's exactly what it is. And I think that's why a lot of Black people, when they come to the really chill Black people, when they go to the Dominican Republic, they feel very at home, or, you know, they can relate to it. And I think that's why a lot of times we want to say, oh, y'all Black, because there are a lot of similarities between our culture. But at the same time, they just more chill. They be chilling, like all of that stunting and fronting and all of that. It's not really going on like that.
Instagram.
Sí. ¿Cuál es? Pasa aquí también en la red. Igual. Escríbelo ahí, toma.
Pero,
Oh, I forgot to find the guy.
no tengo plata.
Y'all see how I am? I was telling them, okay, before, because asking me for my Instagram. So I was like, I'm getting my Instagram, but I don't. Sometimes when people see you got a whole bunch of followers, they think that equates to you being rich. People really be equating followers with money. So I was like, giving my disclaimer, I ain't got no money. I was telling them up front, I ain't got no money. Don't be trying to plot and scheme on me. None of that. Ain't shit going on over here. So like, no tengo plata, estoy pelado. Like I'm broke, bro.
No, qué plata, pero mira, nosotros socializamos mucho y salimos. Si un día te digo, vamos a venir a España, tú vas. Oh, la zona colonial me gusta mucho.
La zona colonial.
¿No te gusta?
No, prefiero aquí.
Aquí.
He's asking me like if I like the colonial zone. It's cool, but to hang out, I actually rather be over there. I'd rather be on Avenida España.
Voy para allá, mi amor, voy para allá. Usa, mira, usa. Ahí yo va. Claro. No le pega, déjame ver.
Pero no tengo plata.
You got
This young man was funny. The one, so his friend ended up off camera. He was trying to holler at me, and I was like, "No, So then he was like, I was like, "Nah, I got a man." So then the young one, this one in the white t-shirt, he was like, "You got any cousins or sisters then?" And then I was like, yeah, but they not finna pay for you." He said, "What you mean? I'm paying bills." He was funny as hell. He was like, "Nah, I'll pay everything. I'll pay everything."
Tú pareces a alguien en TikTok.
Sí,
¿Tú
sí.
cómo que haces en TikTok?
Esto en TikTok
Que
también.
tú pusiste como ese es mi... Coño, que
You just saying how he had already seen me on TikTok.
te he visto en TikTok. Sí.
Sí. Esto en TikTok.
Yo te he visto en TikTok.
Puedes abrirlo.
Sí.
Right. It is a whole interview. ¿Y cómo te llamas?
I have to see you in TikTok.
Okay.
For real. Qué bien.
Look at this little boy in the camera. Y'all, he was so ready to be seen.
Yeah.
Y en TikTok, ¿cómo tú estás? Porque yo creo que te voy
Mariah Sincere. Hey, you're free. Okay.
Which one?
Sincere. Vamos.
I'm trying to find man, I think you asked me for the young boy's name.
Ay, no quiero, no. ¿Cuánto vale?
Sí.
I went and bought some lollipops from the boy because this was my second time seeing him. I was gonna be mad if I didn't give him nothing.
Ay, ahorita y'all, this little boy trying to get me to buy
I
this
still got them slippers in my purse.
¿Cuánto? Gracias.
Let me say hi. Johan.
Okay. Ahora mismo estoy en vivo.
No, I know.
Voy a seguir.
Okay, Romeo, the boy's name is on Instagram is Mikey MAIIKYR_official. And that's who it is.
No más que estoy caminando por la avenida para la casa.
¿Dónde vives? ¿O por dónde?
Cerca de aquí.
¿A pie?
No. Voy a tomar un Uber.
He's on this song called Favela. Yeah, I respect the hustle too. And they always, in all these countries you go to, them kids walking around selling their candy. So I said, baby, let me give him, because I never spend the little coins that I have. They just be sitting up in my wallet.
No. Estoy pelada.
Está pela. Bueno, si te quieres otra vuelta aquí.
Thank you, life
O tú
giver.
quieres...
Hey, Courtney.
¿Puedo sentarme un rato? Okay, I made me some friends. ¿Qué es de eso? Mariah cut any begging from the start. She moved right. So why did he look so shocked? Huh? What about it? Oh, I have 2 brothers and 1 sister. The United States. No. I'm the weird one in my family. I like to travel. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really gonna make some friends. I'm gonna sit just a little bit. I'll be friendly. I'll be talking to folks.
Now, I said I was just gonna stick with them just a little bit. But honestly and truly, after I got off live, I went back over there, walked down the avenue, and walked back over there, and y'all, we was there till like 2 a.m. Mike, you're missing the Y after the 2 I's. You're missing the Y. M-A-I-I. Let me see if I can type it in the chat. I know. Here it is. Hold on one moment. I'm gonna play the video while I do that.
Y'all, this is what I came out here to do, to talk to people. They're not gonna touch me. Why did he look so shocked when you said I don't have money? I don't know. Of course, y'all.
I think he looked shocked because honestly and truly, y'all, to say that is kind of disrespectful. To like, I know it's disrespectful because it's like you automatically telling a person, I'm assuming that you're talking to me for money. And like, I understand that is shocking for somebody to be like, bro, ain't nobody even ask you for no money, right? But at the same time, I just be wanting to get that shit out the way. I be wanting to get it understood. Because again, if you're an American, people just automatically assume that you have money to be. So I'm letting them know I'm not coming up off of nothing in this interaction. Okay, I ain't coming off no money. And that's why I say a lot of these men scared to do that. A lot of these men in the travel space, matter of fact, they be walking up to the girls in the mall asking if she want a purse. And you be thinking, oh, she's not a, this is the deception of it all. Y'all be thinking, oh, she's not a pay for play girl or she's not a pro. And technically that might not be the case, right? She might not be pay for play, but they're still luring them in by buying them shit is the part they're not going to tell you. They're still luring them in with spending money on them. Oh, what you got in your purse? Oh, I'll buy this. You know, they do shit like that at the mall. They're not going to tell y'all that, but they be doing that.
Well, they're going to be real confused because, baby, I'm not interested. You protected over at K9. Y'all chill, just chill. Tranquilo. Oh, okay. Okay, so they gave me some chorizo.
And that food was good too last night.
Gold digger, come on, chapeadora. Ella.
No, yes.
Ella es chapeadora. ¿Puedo grabarte? ¿Sí o no? Okay, they said.
Introducing Clip B. Whatever you can picture, you can generate. Want something wild like a man closes his laptop and transforms into Iron Man? I mean, forget even why.
She's a gold digger.
They're saying she a gold digger. And y'all wanted me to come back on there with her, but she had left by the time I got back to the other side. But let me tell y'all, majority of the women, if y'all want to know how the women in Dominican Republic look, like in Santo Domingo, the majority of the women in Santo Domingo look like her. Like this is, you know, like the cute girl next door kind of look. The majority of the women in Santo Domingo do not look like the women that have like the BBLs and the titties and the hips and all that shit done that you will see these men going to when they go to places like VIP Room. I think it's called White House now, or a lot of these clubs that have these section cultures, or a lot of these restaurants where you can't even get into the door with an to get an interview if you're going to be a waitress if you don't have all that work done. She is like perfect. Like she is a perfect reflection of what the average Dominican woman looks like in Santo Domingo. I'm going to blow it up so that y'all can see. Hold on. Ooh. Let me go back a little bit so y'all can see. This was what the majority of them look like. Hold on. Dang, I done missed it. Oh well. I'm gonna spend forever trying to find it.
Shot when you said I don't have money. I don't know. Come on, chapeadora.
Okay, there we go.
Ella.
No, yes.
Ella es chapeadora. Puedo grabarte. ¿Sí o no? Okay. They said she's a gold digger.
Okay, this is how majority of the Dominican women look. Am I lying? My Dominicans that's here, that's been to Santo Domingo. To me, she's a good representation. It all depends on what neighborhood you went in Santo Domingo. Yes, but I would say in general, and whether I went over to the west side or over here, this is what the majority, right? This is the majority. All the women are not walking around. And you will see more surgery in Medellin, Colombia, than you will in Dominican Republic. But even the pulpy chicks, they don't look like what these men are portraying, is what I'm trying to say. Because y'all got to understand, I've been in that area too. It's still not, you know what I'm trying to say? Now, they might dress different and wear their hair different. I'm just talking about like just general looks wise. You know what I'm saying? Like just general looks wise. This is like this pretty much.
That's funny. Collab with creators outside this stagnant, begging, empty space. Me encanta. Es porque en Texas hay mucho mexicano. Entonces comemos la comida muy picante, sí. Así es. Mariah, don't do DR like that. What you mean? I'm having a great time.
¿Habla de vino? ¿Qué tipo de vino? ¿La puerta o vino? ¿Habla de una botella de vino? No, yo no sé. ¿Romo o vino, wine?
Brugal y jugo de manzana. Brugal, jugo de manzana. Eso. Y'all finna get some Brugal.
Now they be laughing at me when I be telling them I like that Brugal, because I guess it's weird that an American like that, but y'all used to go to the islands in St. Thomas, and that's when I started drinking it because my boyfriend used to drink it. And y'all, I will drink. That's why once I get started drinking it, I'll drink it the rest of the day.
What about?
You are like on TikTok or
YouTube?
YouTube. You got YouTube? Now, how many people you got?
Right now, just 16. It's like I've been live for hours, so people come in and out, in and out. You do YouTube.
How you doing?
You should. And you speak English, you can make money.
How?
Okay, this is how you make money. On YouTube, people will send you like a super chat sometimes just in the Cash App, and you can make money on the advertising.
It's like on Twitter, right?
But more money.
More money on.
Yeah, TikTok is not. It's like it's hard to make money on there.
So YouTube is easier.
Yeah, and I know a guy in Colombia. He lives in Colombia, but he's like you. He taught himself English, and he gets on YouTube and makes videos about Colombia. And people watch him, and he makes money. You should do it.
Pero ¿cuánto suscriptores tienes que tener? Suscriptores. How many subscribers?
Oh, come on, like, come on, yes, regala. ¿Cómo?
10,000
¿10,000
subscribers.
No, tú no necesitas muchos seguidores.
¿Cómo cuánto más o menos?
No.
100, 1,000.
Eso no es importante. No.
The more
He asked
you
me
love
like
the
how many
universe, the
followers
less
do
you
you
will
need,
receive.
and I'm like trying
Here's
to tell
how
him
to
it's
make
not
your
about
manifestations work.
how many
Dad, how do people
followers you
actually
have. It's like
manifest?
the
I thought you
quality,
just
right?
say
'Cause
affirmation.
You can have more followers to somebody, but they don't necessarily show love. You can have a small group, a community of followers, but they show you more love than like if you have a whole bunch of followers.
La cosa más importante es la calidad. La calidad de tu seguidor.
Mikey, prepárame uno a mí también. Prepárame uno a mí, una ella fuerte. No. ¿Tú eres fuerte o strong?
Oh, they was making my drink.
No.
Suave, por favor.
Suave, Mikey, para mí también.
Yeah, he over there making your drink.
You know, I love they were so cool in this interaction. Like they shared everything with me and they didn't ask for shit. And you know what? I've had this happen in Colombia too, plenty of times when I really think about it. But like the only thing that I would kind of hold back on in like Colombia is like them making me a drink. But I've been to like places in Colombia, like sat in bodegas, and I like as an American, like in Envigado. And you know, I sat with some like older people, and they was like ordering me, you know, hey, you know, you want a beer or something? And then if I would be like, no, they would be like, no, I'm paying for it, like I'm inviting you to it. So I've had people in Colombia do that too, and that's what I'm saying. When you speak Spanish, people will be like way more kind and giving and things like that with you. That's what I'm saying. It's such a different experience. So that's what I'm saying. Like when the Homies Hub was trying to like make it seem like, what are you doing? What are you doing over here by yourself as a kid? Aren't you going to be lonely? No, all I have to do is step outside and talk to people. What do you mean? Like just like what I did here. I could like it's literally that easy. Why would I have to be lonely? Or why would his whole thing is, oh, you're gonna run to us American men when you get lonely and want a friend. And it's like, no, if I interact with American men in these countries, it's because they were cool people, not because I got lonely. It's because they were cool, or we had something in common or something in alignment, not because I'm lonely. But it's like, again, they be projecting their shit onto me because they're talking about the lives that they live. Like that shit don't got nothing to do with me. You freaky, Romeo. I would have thought you like Mama Juana more than Brugal. I don't know. I like Brugal. You know, I'm a little rum kind of chick. I like a good rum.
Abre YouTube. Carlos R en la casa, no es requesón. YouTube. Duro. Ay, llama el mío.
You might be the first one in the space that knows men, and they better learn. I hate you whole ass niggas that be talking shit about me. Sign up for Spanish class, bitch. I got availability this week, ho. Nobody else would hang out because they were too focused on pussy. And too scary. dominoes. Look, they watching them dominoes. I would set my phone up to play them bones because I like to play. But I don't want nobody taking my phone.
No, I'm not saying the women. Again, let me be clear, because I don't want nobody to be thinking that I'm saying Dominican women are mid or nothing like that. What I'm saying is, it's not the surgery girls like that they be showing y'all. Was what I'm saying. That these women are like me. It's not all BBL Instagram baddies. Does that make sense?
¿Tú vas a jugar? Ok. Él, ok.
¿Sabes jugar?
Sí.
¿Tú sabes?
Pero la verdad es
This is where I
que...
start playing dominoes.
Pero la verdad es que no. La verdad es que no he jugado hace mucho tiempo. No. Yo no voy a jugar. Voy a mirar.
Upgrade your vocal mix from this
How can we keep in touch?
to this.
You have a boyfriend here?
Sí. Él es dominicano, tío.
¿Cómo está contigo?
Es porque él está trabajando.
¿A esta hora?
He asking me about my boyfriend.
Y'all, that's what I'm talking about. It's such a vibe. Like, let me tell y'all something. In Colombia, it's hard to do this because you would have to worry about like getting scoped.
And what I mean by do this, just sit up and drink and have people make drinks for you that you don't know. I wouldn't necessarily sit in a group of people that I didn't know in Colombia and have them just pour up, make drinks like no. In Colombia, I would have to be sitting like they would have to buy some drinks that were already closed. And even then, I don't be relaxing. Like here, I'm 1000%. Y'all was worried for me, but I was like 1000% chilling on that avenue. There's a lot of police. Like I was not worried at all. Like I just completely 1000% just relaxed. In Colombia, I can go out and meet people, and then there will be people that might like buy, and I would only accept like a closed drink, like a beer. But I'm not gonna lie, I would, because of that scope, I'd be like more on edge. It's that more so than anything. I'm always just because here's the thing I try to explain to y'all. My bad, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. This is what I try to explain to y'all. In Colombia, you gotta really worry about that scopolamine. And I think a lot of people think the only people that get scoped in Colombia are the men who are soliciting prostitution. And that's not true. It's a lot of other cases where people get scoped just from being too trusting or just thinking that you're partying with people that you met out and about. And that's not the case. I'm not saying every Colombian is going to scope you or looking to scope you. No, but even other Colombians have to worry about watching people because that is nothing to play with, that drug. So I was like way more like relaxed here doing this.
And here, like people, like in Colombia, people are really open, especially just on the street, to talking to people that they don't know. Versus here, Dominicans is way more open to talking to people. We speak Spanish at the best. Yes, people don't understand just how much easier it makes that clear. If you pull out the and I don't want to do. Should I do it to y'all? Should I do it to y'all? I ain't gonna do it to y'all. The only reason I'm not gonna do it to y'all is because I don't want to be on camera like dancing with these dudes, and then like my boyfriend said.
Yeah, I be trying not to. I be trying to chill. I be trying not to do too much, y'all.
I'm over here watching yeah, I'm not going to trouble.
Y'all was
Good
miserable when I
job,
woke
you
up
did
today.
it. All you bush watchers, clip it up, bitch. She came through on the IRLs as promised. Exactly. I knew all I had to do was walk around, and I was gonna give y'all what y'all wanted to see. Show y'all. We getting lit tonight. It's on me. I did. Yeah. He's trying to get me.
That's another point I have to make. I feel like far too often in the United States. Hold on, y'all. I feel like far too often in the United States, if you want to go turn up and have fun with your friends or something like that, then hold on. Why is this not moving? Then you got to spend a whole lot of money. I hope y'all can see me. Hold on. Everybody wants to go do some luxury stuff. And that's even too when y'all be outside, when y'all go, like, let's say you're expats. This is another thing. This is why I don't hang out with a lot of expats when I go abroad, because I moved abroad to save money. How come every time we go out, y'all want to find the most expensive restaurant? No, I'm not trying to do that. And I didn't live like that in the United States. Even when I was a stripper, I didn't live like that. The part of the reason why a lot of y'all don't believe I never sold cootie cat when I was a stripper, that I never sold box. But part of the reason why I never sold box when I was a dancer was because I did not get accustomed to living a luxury lifestyle. So even when I was stripping and I had access to a large amounts of money and the ability to make so much money because I was around a lot of men with money, I never bought a luxury purse. I've never owned a Gucci, a Louis, a Prada, a Fendi. I didn't go buy a luxury car. I drove a freaking Ford Explorer and a Hyundai Santa Fe the whole time that I was dancing. And I never lived in an apartment downtown. I had a 2-bedroom apartment for $1,200. And what that did for me, because you got to understand, when you're hustling and when you make your money and it's not for sure money, there's ups and downs. So me keeping my expenses low ensured that I would never have to sell box, because I could go in a club and make all of my bill money within a week. And that was it. So I never had to get greedy. Them girls that are strippers that y'all be seeing offering y'all blowjobs for like $200 or $300 and stuff like that, it's because those hoes are greedy. They don't have, it's either they're greedy or it's some girls that work in a strip club and they should not be there. They should not be there, and they have to pay a tax, because it's girls that men will willingly just throw money at. For example, if you're working in a black strip club or a Latino strip club, all you need is an ass. That's all you need is an ass. Why? Men want to spend their money. They want to throw their money to a girl twerking her, a fat ass. You don't have to do nothing else. They finna throw the bands in the air on a fat ass. That's it. But them girls that's working in a Latino or a black club and you don't got no ass, they're not throwing no money on that. They ain't doing that. The white men, those type of women either have to do extra or, baby girl, go work at the white club where they like titties. You chose to bring yourself into the black or the Hispanic club with no ass, so now you have to pay a tax. It's just how that goes. That's the reality of the matter. So no, I never had to sell pussy because I made enough money for my standard of living. So one thing I love about Dominican Republic, and not just Dominican Republic, I love this in Colombia too, is that people don't spend a whole bunch of money just to get together. And they keep it real with each other. Like if you cool with somebody down here, they don't be trying to front on finances. They be like, I'm broke. I ain't got no money to spend. I paid all my bills. And then the other person be like, yeah, I'm broke too. Okay, well, shoot, let's go in on a little bit of ice, some liquor, a little bit of juice, and let's post up and play these dominoes. You can't really do that in the United States because everybody's trying to keep up appearances. You can't even really do that in the travel space because, like, online, these dudes be trying to stunt. And it's like, why are y'all trying to stunt? Y'all are in Latin America. Why y'all worried about other people's money? Y'all are in freaking Latin America. Why are y'all being stunt queens? Please, like, explain. Leave that mentality in the United States. The only people that you're impressing are people online. But even y'all viewers, y'all should be able to see right through that shit. And I don't know why y'all don't. If all of these dudes had the money that they say that they had, why are they not going to these red light districts in Europe? Why are they not going to places and living long term where the cost of living is just as much as in the United States or even more? There are places that are more expensive to live in the United States. Why are they not doing long-term stays there? So it's like, why are y'all trying to stunt in front? Quit stunting in front. Just keep it above. We don't got to do this. Aries, I think they're being stunt queens to make black women jealous. I mean, I think they're trying to use the women to make black women jealous. But honestly and truly, black women don't be watching their channels. They be sharing all this stuff in the group chats with them. All it is I got more money than you, or I'm making more money than you, nigga. And it's like, nobody cares. Because at the end of the day, your bitch could get took by a nigga in a barrio that don't got 2 pesos to rub together. That's why it got to be in you, not on you. Nobody ever taught y'all this. Apparently, nobody ever taught them this shit. Y'all, I was over here, look. Yeah, I went over across the street and I had these pig ears. Hold on. I don't even know if y'all can see my internet tripping. Hey, well, I ain't even gonna hold y'all. I would show y'all outside right now. Should I? Hold on. Okay. That's enough of that, guys. They outside there. I don't know if y'all can hear the music. My neighbors downstairs jamming make me want to, get up and twerk something. Yup. Okay. I love to have a good time. I would go down there and say, hey, they jamming down there. That's one thing I love about over here. They play good music, eat good food. It's a vibe. You go down there and talk, and you a vibe. You got a good person. They're gonna rock out with you. Okay. Let me switch back to my other camera. Because it's clearer. Okay. You were saying, nah, nobody taught them that. They were taught by Love Don't Cost a Thing Hitch. They was taught by somebody that taught them wrong. Okay. At the end of the day, guys, this is going to be the cheapest dating advice that y'all will ever get. Okay. Listen and take notes. This shit got to be in you, not on you. Do you understand? Like who like you. That's it. These men are going to tell you, get your money up. Yeah, get your money up. Okay? Go to the gym. But at the end of the day, it's girls that will literally go crazy, do the most for a dude that don't got his money up and not doing half of what you doing. And that's the reality. Y'all can be upset and be like, oh, female nature this and female nature that. No, it's called human nature. Just like the girls that you don't like don't have to do what half of what the girls you don't like have to do. It's the same thing. I don't know why y'all think women are so different. Hey, Mariah, Papa's here. Okay, what up? It's just the reality. I remember in groups, Dirty AIs. Bitches be on tip just because I'm 6'3" with a tree. Okay. Works to your benefit though, right? Y'all can be mad at this. It's some girls that just like tall men. Okay, it's a lot of y'all not talking to no flat booty girl. It's a lot of y'all not talking to no flat chested girl. A lot of y'all don't want a girl that's 300 pounds. And then a lot of y'all don't want a girl that's walking around a buck 19 either. So everybody like what they like. Y'all can't be bitter about it. You can't judge people. Some of y'all girls from out here bought groceries with your money for us to eat. Facts. This is what I'm trying to explain to y'all. This is what they not gonna come on here. Why they stunting and fronting on y'all on the internet. A lot of these content creators, a lot of them is out here paying for a man in the barrio. It's no advice that you can give to solicit that type of love from a woman. I can't tell y'all how many times, no lie, there are some American men that I know that live in places like Medellin who have been doing this trade. You know what they tell me when I talk to a lot of these men behind the scenes? They say, yeah, these girls don't care about my social media presence. They don't care about, you know what they say too? You know what they tell me? No lie. They say that the women in places like here, Dominican Republic, have higher expectations, or they expect you to be faithful more than a woman in the United States. Like they'll say stuff like, yeah, girls that are like, especially if they come from like middle income families or they've had money growing up all their life. If you're a high value man or a man that has money and things going for yourself, especially if you're an African American male, those girls are more likely in the United States to put up with the infidelity because they care more about the money and the status that comes with all that. Because at the end of the day, they have lifestyles that they're accustomed to. You come find a barrio chick or a girl that might have she fine, she got a BBL, but she from the hood over here in the Dominican Republic. She don't give a damn about them followers, which y'all got to understand, especially about girls who didn't come from a lot of money. They don't mind going back to not having no money. They'll do that before putting up with certain shit from you. This the part they don't tell you. Or she'll feel like, dang, if I'm going to be dealing with this from you, I might as well just go deal with the dude that I've been down with, that I actually loved, that I was actually sexually attracted to, that know how to put his foot on my face. Y'all know shit about that. Yeah, that's some Dominican shit. Y'all know shit about that. You can't buy genuine desire, but these tricks will never learn. Villada Hermosa's best food in Santo Domingo. Okay, I gotta try it. Trick and Scrub need to just go back to Nigeria. It'll be cheaper, unless he think they ugly like him. He don't want no Nigerian women. Many of women have told me that black men are players, and that's why many of them don't deal with it. Oh, really? That's what they said? Wow. Bless Aries. I've heard about this going on in Brazil. A few of them are single mothers from black men, got them knocked up and found out and left. Yes. And while some of these men will say, oh, it's the passport pookies, no. It be a lot of these so-called nerdy niggas, which I don't understand too. This is another reason why I'm so sick of this narrative. Oh, y'all all baby mamas and I ain't got no kids. First of all, half of y'all a woman don't want to have your kid. Let's start there. She went straight to that clinic. She went straight to that clinic on your ass. And then a lot of these men are not telling y'all how behind the scenes they have pressured a woman into having an abortion. The Dominican rapper that made the foot on the face song follows me on TikTok. Hey, that's another thing too. So a lot of the reason why a lot of the men prefer to go to Medellin to do the pay for play, why not these scissors, and not necessarily Dominican Republic, y'all, because these Dominican men something different, baby. I'm not saying you can't pull a Dominican woman. I'm going to show y'all American men that I strongly believe that if you're an American man and you come over here with realistic standards and you're a good person, you can find a Dominican woman. You just got to understand it's not going to be as easy if you're trying to find genuine love. Because, baby, these Dominican men is not these. Let me tell you, Caribbean men in general. Like, I'm talking Puerto Ricans, Virgin Islanders, Dominicans, like Caribbean men. They not, you know what I'm saying? Like, they know what they doing with women. They not nothing to play with. It's a lot of competition. Mariah, I gotta give you a pushback on Dominican women accepting a man with multiple women. Even a broke Dominican man is known to have a few women on the roster. And you know what? That's probably true. But I'm saying, like, when it comes to them dealing with American men, that's what I'm saying. The Dominican women will be like, well, if I'm gonna deal with this shit from you, I might as well just go deal with my men. And that's what the men are telling me behind the scenes. They're saying the Dominican women are like, well, if I'm gonna deal with this shit from an American, this is what American men don't understand. Oftentimes, women date outside of their race to get away from the bullshit that they would deal with their own men. Once they see that you just as bad, they finna go back to their own men, where it's more comfortable and they like it over there more. Hey, you know what else is dope, Mariah? They can cut our hair braid and 2-strand twist real good for the, yeah, they do. Not they know how to satisfy their wife, girlfriend, and boyfriend, but not every Dominican man is gay. But I thought the passport bros were looking for wives. Some, not the ones on here, not the ones on the majority of the ones on the internet, no. Majority of the ones on the internet, absolutely not. Okay. So For those of y'all who don't know, let me go to my page. I'm gonna show y'all a picture. If y'all didn't see this on my page, I'm gonna show y'all. 1 second. This past weekend, I met with some passport. Well, I wouldn't call them passport bros. Because here's the thing, it's so hard. Because it's like saying passport bros has such a negative connotation. But I met with some older, not even weren't old, but they were just older than me, Black gentlemen that I've interacted with here on YouTube. So I met up with Rico Young. Shout out to Uncle Rico. Okay, let me show y'all this. And Dominican Route. And for those of y'all who don't follow Dominican Route, y'all should. Hold on. And y'all, they were so fun. This is us together. They were so fun. They were such a good time. And I love to hang around people that are older than me because they can put me up on some game. And we sat there for hours and we talked and we had some drinks. I drank too much. I drank on Friday and I drank on Saturday. So yeah, I got to work that off in the gym. Ooh, I don't know if I'm supposed to show that. But they were so cool. For those of y'all who don't know, both of these men are married to Dominican women. And Dominican Route has some, Dominican children. And Rico, he's been married to 2 Black women. So he don't got no problem with Black women at all. It's just his last wife, his final marriage just happens to be a Dominican woman. Okay. Y'all, please hit the like button. But yes, it's my first time on the channel. So if someone is going to travel overseas for the first time, which is the first country someone should go to, if you're a baby traveler, me personally, I feel like if you're a baby traveler, I wouldn't even go to like if I'm honestly and truly, if you're a baby traveler, hit Puerto Rico first. Hit the VI first, like hit those places first, because culturally they're the most similar to like a Dominican Republic or even a place like Colombia. But at the same time, it's still U.S. territory. There are still certain advantages and protections that come with those. And it's a way to dip your foot in the water. So like go do those places first. And then you want to go do your places like Mexico and then, some places in Central America. Would not recommend Colombia as a first place to travel. I feel like you need Colombia or even Brazil. I think is too dangerous. I think you need to dip your foot in the water before you do those countries. I still haven't even been to Brazil because I'm very scared to go somewhere where I don't speak the language. And then on top of that, all of the phone robbery is insane. Mariah, what's your opinion on Dominican men allowing their girlfriend to sell box if it's true? I mean, in all countries, you got women who sell box get with men who are okay with them selling box. The majority of Dominican women are not selling box. But yes, the ones that are selling box, they got a man that, a lot of times they'll be married or have a boyfriend that lets them sell box. But a lot of Dominican men is not going for that. And that woman is not selling box and they pay all the bills. So that's very common in Dominican household for the man to pay all the bills. So I can't really say that's just like in the United States. You might have a woman that sell coochie and she got a boyfriend pin. So most of the time that just be dudes that don't got much going for themselves or lazy dudes or whatever the case may be. They might let their woman sell box. It is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to go to Dominican Route channel and I'm going to review his opinions that he gave about what has happened to the Passport Bros movement. I'm preaching tonight. Thank you, Lewis. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's get the likes up if I'm preaching tonight. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hold on. So this is on Dominican Route's channel. The video is saying, shout out to Coach John, Americans exploiting, videoing prostitutes overseas is coming to an end. Okay. Now, keep in mind, if you were ever going to say what was the real definition of a passport bro, like how it was originally intended, that's going to be Coach John. He came over here, leveraged his dollar. He started a whole family. He's married to a Dominican woman. They have a real relationship. She wasn't a working girl. He has children. His daughter's channel is Food for the Soul. Brilliant young girl, good job, speaks English. I think she's 18. Okay. You said boyfriend pimping is the lowest form of pimping. They do that real hard in California. That's what I'm saying. Places in the United States where they do that hard. California, one of them. So let's review his opinion.
All of them. We might not even get along. We might do certain things different, but shout out to the ones that's doing the right thing, not exploiting the women in across the countries and in Venezuela.
Now, y'all like to say that it's just the women, black women, hating ass black women that's saying that the men are going over there being exploitative. Let me say this. I'm going to be fair and balanced here. It's a lot. I have seen some of them working girls, just like when I worked in a strip club, where they can't come from families with money. They just don't want to get a job. So they either go be a stripper or they go sell box. That's just the reality of the matter. Okay? They go be a stripper or they go sell box, but they don't have to. They have parents that would fund anything they want to do. It's just they don't want to mind. They hard-headed. They want the easy life, or they want Gucci, Louis, Chanel, and they don't want to work too hard for it. To me, selling box is hard work, but some women do not care. They much rather go lay on their back. To me, climbing up a pole and dropping down in a split, that shit hard. It's hard on the body. Okay, and then walking around in them heels all night. But some of these girls, they like it. They think it's fun. So I wouldn't say every single woman in these countries is being exploited. It's a lot of these women that could have went a different route and they chose not to. So don't just assume that it's the same situation for all these women. Also, if they weren't a lot of them that are doing it because they have to, if they weren't selling it to American men, they would be selling it to the local men. This is where my problem comes in. I don't like it when you flew your ass to their country to buy their box because it's cheaper and you're disrespecting them. Or you talking bad about them, calling them out. I've heard passport bros call the girls rats. Why are you sticking your fingerling in a rat? Mistreating them. Then if she tell you it's $50, y'all I've heard the dudes in real time. The girl done offered to sell it in box for $50. He's still trying to negotiate it down, sir. In the United States, you can barely even get some top from a crackhead for $50. Now you over here looking at one of the baddest chicks you ever seen. You got your behind on the plane to fly all the way to her, and you arguing her down about $50. That's very disrespectful, sir. I don't like that. I don't care if the local pay 10. That ain't your business. You in their business.
Venezuela and the Dominican Republic, and shout out to all the black brothers that's doing the right thing. I want to start off like that, but it feels so good after 7 years to see the passport bro, or whatever you want to call it. They didn't change their name to something else, whatever you want to call it. They are running like roaches.
Not roaches.
And
where am I
so
at?
Good.
I need to
Because if you let niggas tear up shit across the world, they gonna tear it up. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I've seen it in New Orleans. I've seen it in Dallas, Texas. I've seen it in Tampa,
And
Florida.
y'all can't be mad at these black men who are saying, we not gonna let y'all keep doing this shit. We tired of it. We tired of having to deal with what comes with it. We tired of having to be extra careful about how we mind ourselves, because y'all got the rest of the world thinking that this is how all of us are. And then these same men be sitting up talking about Pookie and Ray Ray in the hood. So you think just because you got a degree and that you able to travel, that you not a Pookie and Ray Ray? Pookie and Ray Ray is a mindset. It don't got nothing. Here's the thing. I know dudes that's in the hood that wear their jeans sagging, walk around with a fake chain, listening to rap music all day, and know how to mind their behavior better than a lot of y'all dudes on this internet that grew up with more resources. It's a lot of them that will go, if you gave them a passport, it's a lot of them that would know how to conduct themselves way better and act like they've been there before than y'all. And wouldn't be impressed by some of the stuff y'all easily impressed by.
When I lived in Tampa. So, yeah, white people do some stupid ass shit too, but I'm just talking about us. So when you come at me talking about, man, stop trying to tear black people down, I'm talking about the ones that ain't shit.
Why don't y'all go tell the ones that ain't shit quit tearing black people down? Why it's always us that we be like, damn, act like y'all got some sense. To the ones that ain't doing right, why the attention and the blame always fall on us? Why can't y'all show equal anger toward the ones that, like, why is the attention always directed our way?
That'll tear up Jesus, that'll tear up concrete, that's demonic.
Clear them away. Chase them away. Chase the fucking demons away. Clear. Away. 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 Release. Get them out. That's how you got to fight off the fucking demons. This is how you got to fight them off. Fight them motherfuckers. Fight. Clear the fucking way. Clear the way. Clear.
That love talking to 18-year-olds and they 35 years old. And if they had a chance and an opportunity, and if the age go back to 17, 16, 15, 14, they'll try to fuck with them.
Didn't I say that?
That's the ones I'm talking about.
Haven't I said that before on this channel? All these men that's on, I don't care who the hell get mad. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with you. And this is not because I'm 33 and it's like, oh, you jealous. The young women are taking the attention from you, because the type of niggas I like don't like when girls that's in that age range. I'm gonna be honest. The type of men that I like, honestly and truly, the type of men that I like, they be liking women their age or older women. Like, they'll knock down older women. You know, them the type, they turned on by that too. You know, here's the thing. Anytime you hear a man that's in his 40s or, you know, in his late, I can understand like a man that's in his 20s talking about women are best between the ages of 18 and 25. They supposed to be to you. That's your age range, sir. You supposed to say shit like that, right? But when you in your 50s and 40s talking about women are best between the ages of 18 and 25, what is stopping you? And then they be like, well, what is stopping you from messing with a 17-year-old? The law? Because you went right to that line. So that lets me know that if they lowered that age range to 17, 16, maybe 15, you be sitting up talking about, but it's legal. It's legal. And I don't trust men who the law dictates their morality when it comes to what is too young for them today. You know damn well your big grown 50-year-old ass should not be messing with no damn 18-year-old. 50 and 30, cool. That's a 20-year gap, but 30 is way a 30-year-old mentality. way different, more developed. Her brain fully developed. She done been through way more things. She done went over certain gaps. Done lived a whole lot more life than an 18-year-old. 25 and 50, cool, kind of but cool. 25 and 40, cool. The issue is not y'all dating younger women or women that are younger than you. It's the predatory nature of the shit y'all be talking about. I love them 62, but sometimes settle for 30. I've heard some men tell me that the box get better with the age. That's what I'm telling y'all. All the men that I know that mess with women that is like significantly older than them tell me that shit get better with age. That they told y'all a lie, that it dry up over time. That's what they said. They said it be real splashy. That's what they tell me. I'm telling y'all what the men say. $28 and up is the age. I am in my early 40s. Cap. Okay, how you know that's Cap? You been there before? Sound like you may have
There's a bunch of them out there, and they running like roaches. They got people putting them on blast. They acting like it's a brotherhood. We supposed to be looking out for each other.
There's no honor amongst tricks. There's no honor amongst tricks. Didn't y'all know this? That's just like if I was in a strip club talking about it's a sisterhood. What? This is about money. At the end of the day, this is about money. That's why a lot of y'all quick to turn on each other. Y'all whole brotherhood is based on lust. It's based on lust. It's not based in anything substantial. It's based on lust and having enough money to fuel that habit. It's based on lust and ego. That's why y'all can't just go sleep with the women and keep it to yourself. No, you got to take pictures. You got to ask her or secretly record her so that you can share it in the group chat. Y'all gotta brag to each other. Then when you see a lot of them, when they see their homeboy, their man's happy. Yeah, he might have took a chick off the hoe stroll. So what? He liked the hoe. He happy. Now you gotta go try to smash her to prove a point to yourself and him, and try to make him upset. But that's supposed to be your friend. That's why y'all be messing with each other's girls or y'all all of this kind of stuff. It's no honor. And that's why a lot of these men now are singing like a damn canary on these group chats. Because it's no honor amongst tricks because y'all always backdooring each other. So it's not a real brotherhood. Hey, what's up, Ethan Abroad? A lot of undercover PDFs, they got an obsession with young women. Exactly. But they not going to say it. And it's not all of the passport bros. Trust me, I met some passport bros, like, for example, in Cartagena. I met some passport bros that's like, nah, I need something that look grown. I need something that's built, something that's curvy. Like, if it's some passport bros, if she look too young, they not going. They prefer a girl that look like she got some kids or something. Like, yeah, they not over here trying to find the most youngest looking thing possible. So, but it's certainly like that rhetoric. Yeah, it certainly attracts a lot of PDFs. I told y'all that story. The passport bros I met in Cartagena, they had a friend. Okay, we're gonna call the friend Randy. And they said, yeah, they told me this story that was like every time we would come and we would go to the clock tower, he'd always get like some girls that look real young or like they was babies, you know what I'm saying? Or like they was like, right at 18. But we didn't say nothing because we just, but we thought, I thought it was weird. And they was like, yeah, one day we went to his apartment because he would pick up the phone. And the portero told us, hey, y'all know Randy? And they was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, y'all not going to see Randy no more. They went upstairs And he didn't get robbed. Like literally all his stuff was there, passport, everything. Come to find out, the people that run Cartagena snatched him up because he was in them barrios trying to mess with kids. And he was never to be found again. And I said that to say this was a group of men, and he was a black dude too. So it's not just the white men. The white men are doing it more so than everybody else. I'll say that. We got to say that. We got to keep it a stat. The white men are doing it to the max, right? And it's not all white men, but who's getting caught up the most doing that? But I said that to say this. This was a group of black men who came there. The majority of them came there to mess with pros. But y'all got to understand when these people in these communities are saying, y'all advertising this and stuff is attracting the PDF files too. And a lot of y'all men don't be knowing y'all homeboys are into children. I can't tell you how many men I met in the States who was like, yeah, I was cool with such and such coming up. Come to find out he did some weird shit with a kid. A lot of y'all don't be picking up on that stuff. So it's unintentional.
We black and we brothers and we it's a brotherhood. Not if you fucking up. Not if you exploiting women across the world. Why don't you go back and exploit the women and put them on Facebook and put them on Instagram and put them on WhatsApp? Why don't you go back to the United States and do that? You know why?
They can't, because you're going to go to jail.
Stanky black ass will be locked up in 5 minutes. But you want to get a YouTube.
So that, and the point is, y'all know that shit ain't right. You know it ain't right. Thank you, Lil Draco. We don't really know what these men do behind closed doors, even our own homeboys. And this is why I love talking about my strip club experience, because you don't really know. You don't really know how weird these men be till you get in the bedroom with them. Do y'all know how many girls that I knew? Because it was girls that caught work outside of the club. I had a homegirl that I used to like talk to. She was like my club. I would talk to her while we was in the club. She was my club friend. But she, you know, she used to turn tricks. And she would tell me, she would point him out. That dude, it would be the most gangster looking dude, hood dude out here with motion, you know, selling his substances and all that. She'd be like, yeah, girl, he like to get pegged. Y'all know what that is. Yeah, he paid me a couple stacks just to peg him. I say, just to peg him? Hell no. Lawyers. It would be all kind of men, not just black men, white men with professional careers, lawyers, doctors that would be into that kind of stuff. And on that powder. That's why when the men say stuff like, y'all women need to learn to choose better, you can't base whether or not a man was raised in the hood or whether or not a man was raised in the suburbs and had two parents. You can't really use that as a good judgment of character these days, because it's weird ass niggas in every socioeconomic class and in every field of work. That's not how you determine whether or not a woman should or should not choose better. It's a whole bunch of weird ass niggas who you think a woman is choosing wrong just because she didn't choose you. Meanwhile, you got a whole bunch of weird ass kinks. And then on top of that, you like to get on powder. But you think because you dress like Steve Urkel, you're a good man. You dress like Steve Urkel and make 6 figures, you're a high value man. I'm gonna tell you right now, you could never be no high value man to me, and you asking me to bend you over and put something up in you. Telling you right now, I don't care how much money you make, you're freaky. Sexual deviance, yes. There ain't no brotherhood amongst tricks. LOL. These tricks are addicted to box. Exactly.
Channel or a WhatsApp group and show ass and titties all the time.
Like y'all ain't never seen it. You seen
And
one,
these,
you seen it
these men
all.
are 30, 40, 50 years old. What I mean, and you don't see them with any women. You never see them with any women. That should tell you something. You wasn't shit in the United States, and you not shit over here.
Damn.
But you want to be the
now, Coach. Look, let me tell
Steve
you.
Harvey of the fucking islands.
Y'all know why Coach John talking shit like this? Because he light skinned from Louisiana. He always had hoes. Let me stop. But you can tell he always been able to get females.
It don't make no sense. But what it is a demonic spirit inside you
Not demonic.
that you don't realize that you have. Because everything you talking about is bitches and hoes. You ain't outgrown that yet. I'm gonna say this. I know they ain't never have no ass. They ain't get no ass back in the day. So they.
This is what I try to explain to y'all. A lot of these men on live on YouTube that y'all look up to. This is why, like, when men try to tell me if a man is attractive and he has money, those are the biggest cheaters. I tell y'all that's not true. It depends on the situation. If a man is attractive and he's been attractive all his life and he started having sex at a young age and he been able to get girls and always had that attention, by the time those men start hitting 30, unless it was a situation where they have some sexual trauma from their past, like they got touched as a little boy by men and stuff like that, that kind of shit. By the time those men start hitting their late 20s and early 30s, they cut a lot of that shit out. They're far more likely to be faithful and be one-woman men. And if I've dated these men before, cheating was not the problem. Cheating was never the problem. I ain't had no girl call my phone, none of that. No weird shit on the internet, none of that. The most problems I've gotten as a woman was trying to date a man who was not all that attractive, but at the same time, they might have had some money. So it's like, okay, well, I can afford this car and I can afford these clothes to make me look good. You know what I'm saying? It's like then with those type of mentality, because you get into a relationship with them and they insecure. And then they saying stuff like, well, if I didn't have all of this, you wouldn't be with me. Or if something like that, you gonna leave, like they get insecure. Another man that you got to watch out for, ladies, if you're watching this, I'm putting you on game. If a man is attractive now, but he wasn't attractive his whole life, and he just started growing into his looks later on in life, like, you know, closer to 30, after 30, and then on top of that, now he has more money, that man 9 times out of 10 ain't finna sit down nowhere either. Because he just got to the candy store and he ain't used to shit. He ain't never been there. And then on top of that, he grew into his looks, but he's not gonna leave that mindset. He's not gonna forget all the rejection he went through growing up. So now he wanna dog every woman out. And now he's in his get back era. So you gotta lead it. That's why I be having to see pictures of men when they were children. I gotta see what type of human being you were socialized, what type of life you were socialized in the areas that really mattered, that really formed you. I gotta see what you was looking like when you was a teenager. That kind of stuff matters. A lot of y'all project that shit onto men that are attractive. Because you know if you look that good all your life, that you would, in your mind, I would be hell. Like I would be running through all the women and I would never stop doing that. They get used, that shit get old to them. I have a cousin, he just got married. He just turned 30 not too long ago. been tall and handsome his whole life. When he met his wife now, I said, what was one of the reasons why you decided to settle down? And she's a great woman, but one of the reasons he gave me was, I was tired of doing what I was doing. That shit was old. Don't nobody want to sit up and be having meaningless sex and running through females the rest of their life. Guess what? He been doing that shit since he was a teenager. He not impressed. The shit y'all be doing on the internet is weirdo shit to him. It's like, boy, you didn't do that when you was in high school. You didn't have that locker room talk when you was in high school. Hey, who is Uber Travels? Hey, how are you today? Y'all get off Milano. Y'all get
So
off
happy
Milano.
they can pay for some ads. What's that comment that Nas said to Jay-Z? Something about you ugly, and ain't nothing changed.
What you think you getting girls now cause of your looks? Negro, please. You think you getting girls now cause of your looks? Negro, please.
Still ugly.
Okay, this is a perfect example. Y'all see how Beyonce had to deal with all that cheating from Jay-Z ugly ass? Type of nigga ain't gonna never stop cheating. Why? Because he didn't start getting no women until he started selling dope in the streets and having money and able to dress. He not gonna never not be a nasty nigga. You cannot date men if you like, you have way more of a possibility of finding a faithful man if you only deal with men who have been attractive all their life. And I know a lot of y'all dudes hate to hear that, but that's true. And if y'all really think about what I'm saying, think about your homeboys that's the biggest dogs. Think about your homeboys that's the biggest freaks. Just can't keep their mind off of sex. Are these just super attractive, handsome men that always had women all their life? No, not by a long shot. Y'all know I'm telling the truth.
Dusty. Ain't nothing changed. You ain't got no woman over here. And I'm not saying don't come over here and have fun. I'm saying stop exploiting these women across the world. And it feels so good that Colombia and Cuba and the Dominican Republic and Sosua they got more white people walking through. I got a Christian friend. They got a 10-year contract in Sosua. He's the pastor in Texas. And he has a 10-year contract on a Christian retreat in Sosua. So what that tell you? That tells me the Dominicans, white folks, the good black folks, whoever, whatever you want to call it, the Dominicans, they trying to clean that shit up and not have prostitutes everywhere. So you clean the prostitutes up, you clean the niggas up from coming over there. They got to scatter and go somewhere else with their 50, 60 rubbers in their suitcase. And
military a whole different. I'm not being fooled. Military men is a whole different thing. Okay, the type of men that the military attracts. I'm not saying all military. Like, we know how they get down in the military. So that's a whole nother topic of discussion. But in general, and I can say this from experience, and I've heard many other women say this, most women will tell you, you're going to have a much easier time. They're going to treat you better. They're not going to be mean to you. You're going to deal with way less foolishness dealing with a man who has been attractive all of his life, especially when he get over the age of 25. Those men are much more pleasant to date. And you'll have a much better experience. They way less likely to cheat. What it is a lot of men that have not had that same experience their entire life, they love trying to convince us women that those are going to be the worst ones, because why? It levels out the playing field. Then then women start being like, oh, well, I'm going to date such and such, even though I don't really want them like that, because, the handsome man they gonna be to, you know, they gonna do this to her, they're gonna be the biggest cheaters. No, what it is like, ladies, is a lot of the times when you're dealing with a man that is been handsome and secure with himself, you're not gonna be able to just treat him any kind of way. That's the thing. Just like if you a beautiful woman, a man shouldn't just be able to do you any kind of way, especially if you a beautiful woman with a good personality. So them handsome men, and they'll let you be yourself, but they not going for a lot of foolishness either. They not going for all that foolishness. You gonna have to be, and they not gonna try to control. They're not gonna be insecure, try to control you. But at the same time, you gotta understand, they have just as many options as you have. Well, I'm not gonna say that, because I will say this. I've had a lot of attractive men, and I even know some that I follow on Instagram who talk about this. And they be like, yeah, y'all think just because we look good, we have a whole bunch of options. But y'all got to understand, at the end of the day, these attractive men will say that. See, they got a real difference in mentality. They'll admit certain stuff. Like a lot of these men, they be like, I'm a high value man just because I got some money. They don't be humble. You go talk to a handsome, attractive man, and he going to tell you straight up. They'll tell you, like, I get played too. And they'll tell you, like, hey, y'all think a lot of women are approaching us. But honestly and truly, an attractive woman is way more likely to get approached, because a lot of times women won't say nothing or approach us. Or if we try to date them, they don't want to date us because they just assume we got hella females, even if that's not the case. These men will tell you this, but you gotta be open to talk to them. You can't just make assumptions about their life. I have homeboys, like I got a homeboy in Colombia right now. And he got regular chicks, he got girls, he do pay for play. He handsome, and he grew into his looks, and then he got some money. And he will tell you not all men cheat, because he has homeboys that have been handsome all their life, maybe played some sports, always been tall, always been that dude. And those are the only dudes that he knows in his life that are actually like genuinely saving themselves for marriage. Like in these men's groups with them, and it's like, nah, I'm not on that. I did all that. I'm saving myself for marriage. So that's what I'm saying. Don't let people convince you. A lot of people be speaking from a place of fear, and they be projecting shit.
They cracking down on the nigga shit. I love it. And when I say nigga shit, I ain't talking about black folks that's doing the right thing, that's married, that's helping communities out, that ain't tearing up concrete everywhere they go. I'm talking about the ones that has some type of quorum. What? I'm from Louisiana. One of them words, you know what I'm talking about. Shit about themselves. They pushed us through school. So don't judge me. It's a lot of New Yorkers that be judging. Y'all ain't, just because y'all won the championship, don't get uppity. To say shout out to everybody that's doing the right thing, that's going to these countries, having fun.
Nobody else say, I gotta keep it a buck. When it comes to the freaks, y'all East Coast dudes be freaky, bro. Y'all dudes, like y'all into some other stuff. Y'all into some y'all move way faster than us Southerners. Even the Southern, y'all into a lot of freaky stuff. It's a lot of y'all freaky ones traveling abroad and doing all this freaky shit. I'm gonna say that.
If you want to get some ass, that's fine. I ain't saying nothing about that. I'm talking about the ones that's posting it and putting it on WhatsApp and starting these group chats and showing ass and titties of pretend like that's your damn auntie or cousin or mama or something like that. You wouldn't want your auntie posted because they didn't even give you permission to do it. This ain't no porn site. Go to a porn site and do that shit. Don't do it and try to make money and try to have a group of niggas doing the wrong thing. I rebuke anybody. And I ain't even trying to be all spiritual and holy, but I just rebuke.
I'm a woman that date men, and you still trying to tell me. It has to do with how you was raised. You've been outside early and doing your thing, but if you had to stay in the house, it's different. looks got a big thing to do with it too. It don't matter if you was outside, if you wouldn't get no females. Even if you had to stay in the house, you was still stepping outside the house when you was going to school and getting female attention. I'm telling you, looks plays a huge role in whether or not men will hold resentment towards women. Looks and being constantly rejected early on plays a huge role. And whether or not a man holds resentment towards women and enjoys seeing punishment, enjoys seeing women going through hard times, punished, struggling with men.
Anybody that's doing the wrong thing to all these damn women that's trying to make a living. We know prostitution is a sin, but them women ain't asked y'all to post it. Salute in Jesus' name. But it feels so good every single day to watch these niggas run like roaches.
Coach John, you funny as hell.
Man, it feels good. It feels good because in the next 10, 15, 20 years, if you let niggas tear up the Dominican Republic, they'll tear it up. They'll tear everything up. So in conclusion, have fun in the Dominican Republic. Do whatever you want to. You can sleep with all the women in the DR. You can sleep with all of them. I don't care. That's fine. You can get the claps, herpes simplex 4, 6, 7, and 22. I don't care. My point is, stop exploiting these women, and everybody's cracking down on it. And then all the undercover niggas that be trying to exploit and make money, go get a job. I can't wait to 10, 15 years from now to see these niggas can't get Social Security. They ain't got no money coming in but hustling and cash out. God bless, make peace be still.
Yeah, that was my point. We've been going to DR from 19. That's my point. Y'all some freaky ass dudes. Y'all freaky. And just because y'all had women don't mean you had the ones you wanted. Didn't mean the ones, the finest chicks in the hood wasn't rejecting y'all. It's a lot to go into that. But what I do know, I can always tell a dude that's not all that attractive and didn't grow up being all that attractive and didn't get the baddest, wasn't able to pull the finest chicks. I can always tell. It's not very hard. But I'm telling y'all as a woman, the best relationships that I've had, even if they didn't work out, because sometimes things just don't work out. I don't got to do nothing to do with cheating. It's a lot of reasons why relationships don't work out. But the best, most peaceful relationships where I've dealt with the least, because everybody has some insecurities, but where I've dealt with the least amount of insecurities and a man kind of trying to constantly nag me or drag me down, or girls calling my phone, all that kind of weird shit, have always been with men that have always been conventionally attractive. Yeah, can't nobody convince me to date anything other than. You don't care if the next man cheating or not. I'm just talking in general, okay? Well, the ladies do. I'm a woman, okay? Okay, so I don't know. I feel like the coach, I feel like he made some very, that's what I'm saying. Y'all try to make it seem like it's just the woman thing. I think just a lot of Americans in general just do not want to keep seeing our people from, like, y'all need, that's another thing. Y'all need to start having some pride in y'all country. And I know a lot of y'all don't, because y'all hate America and y'all think America is the worst country in the world. But like, let's be so for real. If you really traveling and paying attention to social dynamics and money and things like that, would you have rather been born in one of these other countries? Especially as a Black person, when I was out to lunch with Coach John and Rico, Uncle Rico, we were with one of their friends who was dark skinned, mind you. And I told this story yesterday. I'm going to tell it again. This was the first time I actually kind of seen a blatantly like racist thing happen since I've been in Dominican Republic. So we were all sitting at the table. They had came before me. I came in with my dress and my flip-flops. So I came and sat at the table. Everything was good. The rest of us at that table were light-skinned. Their friend that was with us, I forgot his name, he left. I don't know why he left and went outside, but he went outside for a quick second and tried to come back in. The two security guards who were dark-skinned, looked like they might have been Haitian themselves, did not want to let him back in. And when he asked why, they was like, because you got on flip-flops. This man been sitting over here for over an hour with them same flip-flops on, and y'all let him in when he came in with the two light-skinned dudes. Y'all see that we over here at this table waiting on him to come sit back down. And coach had to go over there, talk to them and smooth it over. And they kind of had an attitude about letting him back in. And he was saying that happens to him all the time. All the time in Dominican Republic. It happens to him all the time. Or the dark-skinned people have to sit in the front of the bus. And then they'll tell all the dark-skinned people to get out so they can check their papers. To make sure they're supposed to be there. So it's like, as much as y'all try to talk bad about the United States, I personally feel like the United States is the best place for a Black person to be born, because that's the place where you're going to have access to the most social mobility. Hell, the United States is the reason why we can travel abroad and do what we do, because we're living off of the American dollar. So a lot of y'all need to take way more pride in your country and how you as the individual represent your country. Y'all need to start thinking of yourself as a global ambassador for your country, because ultimately it's just like in the United States. When immigrants do things that's crazy and get in the news in the United States, the American people be like, bro, y'all wilding out and you're essentially a guest in this country. Okay, people feel the same thing in the reverse. And it only takes a few bad apples for people to have a negative perception. And this is not to say, I keep telling y'all I don't care about y'all doing paper play, but all this extra stuff on the internet, y'all acting like y'all own the country. Getting on the internet, constantly dogging Black women, American women. Still not over. I will never get over the fact that it was men in this space that were upset with me being in Latin America. And what y'all don't understand is I proved it in the live that I did yesterday. What y'all don't understand is I get far more acceptance in this country than what the majority of y'all ever will. Just off of the simple fact that I speak Spanish and I speak Spanish well. You got niggas like the Homies Hub still talking about some Cartagena. What the fuck is that? You've been in Colombia for how long and you still talking about some Cartagena? Cartagena, you can't say y'all over there buying box in this police places and you can't even pronounce the name of the city. You can't say Cartagena, you can't say Medellin. You like, what's going on? But then asking me why I'm over there or telling me it's a man's world. Well, if it's your world, why the hell you don't understand it yet? The fuck? And even the locals will tell y'all this shit. My ears be hurting. Every time I hear them open, like, what? Okay, so I want to review one more video, and then I'm going to open up a panel discussion for y'all to come up and you can give your opinion about what I said tonight, whether or not you agree. Now, before I let you on camera, you do need to cam up behind the scenes, because I've been having a whole bunch of people, Not a whole bunch, but it's been like 4 instances where somebody showed a little thing-a-ling. So this video is titled "The Truth." This is on Dominican Ralph's page. The truth about getting women overseas. Cartagena. That's funny. Y'all make sure that y'all hit the like button if you like what I'm saying. If you are picking up what I'm putting down, always feel free to donate to the Cash App. Also, my booking is open. If y'all need some advice with the situation or consultation about moving overseas to Colombia, or my experience in the Dominican Republic, if you want to have a one-on-one session, if you want to talk to me about your issues with women, I'm completely confidential. Shoot me an email at mariahsincere@mariahsinceretravels.com. My email address is in the description box. Okay. Of course, it's a paid consultation, but I'm not hitting y'all over the head.
To give y'all 5 things that the Passport Bro YouTube channels don't never tell you about. I'm gonna be direct. I'm gonna be straight to the point. And it might offend some people, but I'm trying to help people. If you're looking for a relationship or just trying to come out here and have fun, stay tuned. I'm gonna give you exactly what you need. No $200 consultation fee, no none of that. I'm about to tell you what you need to do when you come overseas. Stay tuned. Happy New Year, y'all. Damn. So, y'all, we're going to get straight into it. So I just finished watching Cerise Fairfax. She's been around for a while. She has really gotten really, really good. It's not where you start. It's where you finish. So all the competition and all the I'm the best, I'm the big dog, all that shit. Cerise Fairfax, I remember when she was doing certain things and it really wasn't catching, but it's all about the consistency. So anyway, shout out to her.
Thanks.
Y'all hadn't subscribed to her. Y'all subscribe to her. So anyway, let's start off. Number 1, these are the things that the Passport Bros don't tell you. Number 1 is if you overweight and you fat. I'm not trying to fat shame nobody or bash nobody. I'm just telling you, in these other countries, it's not like the United States. You don't see a lot of obese people in the Dominican Republic. So I'm 2 Tootsie Rolls and 4 Krispy Kreme donuts away from being fat myself. So I'm not trying to fat shame you. I'm just trying to tell you that most women here in the Dominican Republic, Colombia, they're not used to being with fat people, obese people, whatever you want to call it. Overweight. Do they have some overweight people that's in good relationship? Of course it is. I'm talking about most of the time. If you walk through the Dominican Republic or anywhere in these countries, Colombia, Thailand, it doesn't matter where you walk through, you ain't gonna see a whole bunch of fat people. So that's just how it is. So if you're looking for a relationship, do you think that woman is gonna be with you because you obese? That special one. That's one thing a woman might say, it ain't gonna work because you're a little too fat, and it ain't I don't want to be around with no fat person in the Dominican Republic. Again, I'm not trying to fat shame nobody. I'm just telling you that that's how it is in the Dominican Republic. I've been here for 6 years, and I noticed, I observe a lot of things. I look back and forth, and I watch. I sit at the beach and just look. I don't see no obese man.
What I noticed, the men, they don't really like obese men, but what I would notice, like them guys that I was sitting posted with yesterday, it was a woman who was like super thick. Like when I say thick, I'm not talking about surgery body thick. I'm talking about like regular woman, like regular body, super like on the cusp of being like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like she would be considered on a chart, not even just overweight. She'd probably be considered obese 1. And like the dudes I was with was like, damn, she looked good. But then it was like, look, she with her husband. So like I'll say this, Dominican men don't mind thick or women that's overweight or big. It's just all kind of depend on what you look like really or how you carry. They like you know, island dudes in general prefer bigger women. Or you gotta have something going for you. You gotta have thighs, you gotta have some ass. That's just how Caribbean men are.
With a beautiful woman or with a woman, period. Yeah, you got your every now and then you might see one, but I hadn't seen one. And if they would one, they probably paying out the ass. And then
Mulatto, I seen Dominican women with obese men too. But like to his point, they be having money. But just like he talking about just real relationships, you more likely to see a skinny dude with a bigger woman here.
Once they lose their money,
that's very common. Like in España, when I was walking down there, I seen some fine dudes with big women over there. When I was walking down there last night, I seen fine dudes with big women.
Off, then they got to go back to reality. So, and I'm talking about relationship wise, and I'm talking about just having fun in all these countries. You want to be a sex tourist or whatever. Most Latino women ain't gonna be with a obese, heavyset man.
Hey, Apostle Doctrine.
Oh, but I know about one of them. I know about one. Bitch, I said most. And number two, dark-skinned people. I know it might be kind of sensitive to a couple people, but
y'all, not all big women is paying. Y'all like what? Y'all gotta. I'm telling y'all, in the Caribbean, men like bigger women. That's not just in the DR. That's in what you call it? That's in Virgin Islands. Jamaican men, they will pay all the bills, and they got a bigger. And when I mean big, I mean like fat, like clearly fat, and they will pay all the bills. Haitian men are like that too. They will pay all the bills. Like they might have 3 baby mamas, they pay all the bills, and all of them are overweight. You Caribbean, but where was you raised, sir? Y'all be talking about y'all Caribbean and don't really be Caribbean because you was raised in the United States.
I love hanging around dark-skinned people if they good people. One of my good friends is Carl, and he's married to a beautiful, nice Dominican woman.
Me. Okay.
But most
were you raised in Jamaica?
Have a hard time finding a good relationship.
Were you raised on
in
an
these Latinos countries? Most of them, because across the world, not just the
Were you raised there?
No matter where you go, Colombia, they want to stay light skinned. They want their kids.
You just talking about New York.
They don't want their kids looking black. So I'm not just talking about Latino countries. I'm talking about all countries, even the United States. We probably a little bit better than all these other countries, but when you look at these foreign countries, you don't see too many black, dark-skinned guys with beautiful women, unless they got a lot of money, or like my brother Carl, he found a woman, don't care about no dark-skinned guy. He's a dark-skinned guy, she's light-skinned, but that don't happen that often. So what are you saying, John? What coach, what you saying? I'm saying it's a little bit harder in these Latino countries to find a woman that loves you and you are dark-skinned. Take it how you want to. That's what I've been here for 6 years again.
I didn't know that.
And that's what I see. You don't see.
And maybe that's
you don't
just
see too many dark.
More so in the Dominican Republic, but y'all gotta understand, in these Latin American countries, the racial hierarchy is real. Like the racial hierarchy. That's why when y'all be like, the United States is the most racist place on earth, I be like, what the fuck do y'all talk? Like that's how I know y'all don't be paying attention to shit when y'all go nowhere. Like y'all just go live in y'all expat bubbles, or y'all just be traveling and staying in a nice area. Like, do you go to see how the black folks are living that are from there? What do y'all be talking about? So some of the poorest black people in the United States live better than like 90% of black people in other parts of the world, including places where they should be living better, like Africa. So what do y'all be talking about? It's a racial hierarchy in Latin America that has existed since their slavery days. A lot of y'all don't know that Dominican Republic was the first place in the Americas to have slavery. A lot of these places had slavery 100 to 150 years before a black person ever stepped foot in the American colonies. Dominican Republic was a major slave trading port, and they had a social hierarchy. They had the peninsulares at the top, which were the people that were born on the Iberian Peninsula in Spain. They had the criollos, which were people that had two Spanish parents that were born in Spain, but they were born on the islands. And then after that, they had the people who were like mestizo, right? So you might be native and you might be native and European. And then after that, you had the mulattoes, right? So you might be like European and black. And then they had the indigenous people, and at the very bottom were the African people. Okay, that same racial hierarchy still exists unofficially today, only you just take out the peninsulares and the criollos. That's it. And then it's the same. Sir, y'all gotta learn history, bro. You think they were not killing slaves down here? You think they were not killing slaves? Then if we talk about a place like Brazil, did you know that in Brazil that they imported 5 million slaves as compared to in the United States? In the United States, we only imported 200,000 slaves compared to Brazil's 5 million. Why did they go through 5 million slaves, might you ask? Oh, it's real simple. Because the average lifespan of a slave in Brazil was 1 year. They were essentially just running through them like they were products. And they had a way harsher system for punishment and working their slaves. Austin Holloman was just talking about how he got stopped by the police in the countryside in Brazil, and they were about to murder him. And the only reason why they didn't was because they found out he was Black American. And today in 2026, ain't nobody being strung up in the United States. So y'all need to stop that. It's because y'all don't know the history in these countries. Y'all don't know shit about, y'all don't know the conditions for working as a slave in these countries. Imagine being a slave having to chop sugar cane on a hot ass island filled with mosquitoes. They were running through these slaves over here. Okay, this is the problem. A lot of y'all like to have struggle Olympics. That's why when people try to tell y'all about the conditions in other countries, y'all be Ray Charles to the shit because you're convinced that you had a harder life than everybody else in the world. And it's just not true. Basic history lessons will teach you that. It's just, I can sit up here and give y'all stats, numbers, all of that, and the shit don't matter because y'all got that mentality of life was just harder for us because you don't know shit, so you don't got shit to compare it to, really. And then even if somebody try to give you some shit to compare it to, like I literally just told you that Brazil went through, like they imported 5 million slaves as opposed to 200,000 in the United States because they was running through the slaves like fucking Skittles. And you over here talking about nobody had it harder because Black people at a point in history were getting hung. And even then, if you compare that percentage to the amount of slaves that were dying in Brazil, it was nowhere close. And they ended slavery later than what we did. No, I don't want to Really, I'm gonna keep it for real. I know exactly who you are, and you're coming on my page from another page. I think this is Andrew from the Andrew Show 40. Let me tell you something. This is why I hate to get off. You've been trying to get my attention. Hold on. You've been trying to get my attention. You've been tagging me and shit. I've seen some of the stuff you say about me on my channel, or when people trying to be funny and say certain shit about me, you be smirking. And I'm gonna tell you right now, really, bitch ass nigga, you can get off my live. Cause you a hater in the bush. You've been trying to get my attention. You want me to interact with you so fucking bad. Nigga, you could like just get the fuck on, really. Go find you some shit to do. See, well, then when I start being mean to people, y'all think I'm an asshole. But he over here on my shit. I don't be on his shit saying nothing to nobody. I don't say nothing to him. I done seen the slick shit and ignored the slick shit. But motherfuckers like you bring your ass over to my page, just like Melissa brought her ass over here. And then when I say something, then it's a problem. Fine, I don't know what I'm talking about. Get the fuck off my page, then, nigga. Go find you something to do besides trying to get my attention. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna get mad because you're irritated. You just want to be a contrarian. You just want to be on my page because you want some attention. I'm giving you the attention that you're fucking asking for. What do you want me to say? That you are the victim, that you've had the hardest life, that nobody's had it harder than you? Yeah, yes, you are the victim. It is so bad for you. No other Black person in the world has experienced a harder life or harder outcomes than you, sir. I'm giving you that. Now, I gave you what you wanted. Get the fuck. I don't want to. Y'all see how weird these people be? Have a conversation. I don't want to talk to you. I don't like you. Do you understand? Y'all see how they come on my shit begging for attention because they want an internet moment. They want to get things going. They want me to cuss their ass out. Cause I don't know why y'all come over here. Y'all know I get to acting ignorant. Y'all know first of all, sir, you come over here, I'm gonna bring up facts on your ass. We're gonna pull the shit up. We're gonna pull the statistics up on the deaths and all that kind of stuff. You're not gonna just come over here and have a conversation and say bullshit and I don't pull the receipts up. I'm gonna pull, we're not just gonna have no, this is the problem I see in this travel space. Y'all used to just having these stupid ass conversations and people just rambling their fucking opinions off and don't nobody pull no damn receipts. And then the shit just, y'all used to just saying shit and don't nobody really check that shit. I'm gonna check that shit. But here's the thing, I don't wanna talk to you. If I wanna talk about that, I could do a whole show on here by myself. Matter of fact, thank you for the idea. I will do a whole show on here bringing up the facts and comparing the conditions of slavery in the United States and how many slaves were imported, how many slaves died in these places. I could do all that. How the Black people were treated post-slavery. I could do and still continue to be treated to this day. I don't fucking need you to do that, sir. I don't need you to have that conversation. His ass still over here. His ass still over here. I'm telling y'all, they weird. Something is fucking wrong with these people. Y'all see, I don't never be going over on they shit, commenting, typing little comments, trying to start shit in their comments, argue with them, all of that. I'll see something. If I get tagged in something, I might go look at for a second. Once I see they on some hoe ass nigga shit, I'll be like, bro, fuck what you talking about. I already know what you trying to do. But these hoe ass niggas come on my shit all the time because they want so much attention. Then they get to try to scorn. I see all them little shady ass comments you be pulling up about me and my looks. Meanwhile, sir, you look like a whole motherfucking dyke. You look like a butch motherfucking lesbian. But you got the nerve to try to pull what people highlight. And you think I don't know, you trying to be slick. But you trying to be slick because people that I like, that I watch and I like them and I review their content, when people be talking greasy about them in my comments, I either ignore it, or if I pull it up, I disagree with what they're saying. And the only time I pull it up most of the time is if they put it in a super chat. And I right then and there say, well, I don't agree with that. I don't think that, this and that. You a hoe ass nigga. You a hoe ass nigga that look like a fucking lesbian. And you could never come say nothing to me, bitch. Cause nigga, wasn't you fucking on Melissa? So you could never say nothing about the way I look, knowing what you stick your dick in. So get the fuck on. See, y'all think I don't be knowing. Y'all think I don't be knowing. So we not finna have no conversation about shit. When I'm intelligent enough, thank you, that'd probably be the next topic of this. Matter of fact, I'm gonna talk about that sometime this week, and then you can react to that bitch ass nigga. But what I'm not finna do is finna give your hoe ass a moment on my page. You go do that shit on your show, bitch. See, that's what I'm saying. People get to doing shit, and then when I go off, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. But this nigga been coming in my comments for the past week. He been doing this shit. So he came on here on the Andrew show. Y'all can go look on my other stuff. He done came, commented. He done tagged me and shit. I done seen his hoe ass smirking the shit, trying to be funny. I'm finally reacting. The other day he came on here just talking. I said, the only way I'm gonna acknowledge this nigga is if he put this shit in a super chat. But I wasn't giving him no attention. Finally, this nigga put this shit in a super chat. This how bad this nigga want me to acknowledge him. Fine, cool. I acknowledge it because you put it in a super chat. Now, he think I don't know what his funny looking ass look like. You gonna get on here on another profile. That's how weird you are, because you see I'm not jocking your shit. You get on here on another fucking profile, commenting. I know exactly who you are as soon as you come on here. I'm giving you the attention you deserve. Now you saying, let's have a conversation. You been wanting me. You been on your channel. Oh, Mariah and the homies come on my. Why would I come on your channel, hoe ass nigga? Bitch ass nigga, why would I come on your channel? When I see you are a shady bitch. You another one of them effeminate ass motherfuckers. Shady, messy, like to start drama. Yeah, she couldn't. I think somebody said she couldn't do that over here because all I would do is like, here's the thing. Y'all think that y'all are gonna set me off and then you're gonna win the argument because you fucking set me off. And it's like, see, we're proving that she's very emotional and she's not intelligent. Hoe ass nigga, everybody that don't watch all this shit, these interactions back and forth, everybody know I done got the best of these niggas every single time, going off and acting ignorant like I be going off. Cause then guess what? I'm finna go dissect the shit with practical precision, sir. But what y'all not finna do, this what y'all don't like, you bitch ass niggas not finna sit in my face and play with me. Y'all not finna do that shit. I'm gonna go in on your ass. I'm gonna dig in your ass like a wet thong every single time. And bitch, you probably do got a wet thong on. You another one of them hating ass, jealous ass niggas. Please do. Y'all see how weird he is? This nigga been begging for attention. You love it over here, bitch ass nigga? I'm giving you the attention that you want, sir. Congratulations. But you ain't coming on my show having no motherfucking conversation about me, bitch. You go on that hoe ass show of yours and you say whatever the fuck you got to say. Really, I don't give a fuck. I'm not reacting to no shit that you say about me. But you brought your funky ass over here. And you keep bringing your funky ass over here. So every time from now on you bring your funky ass over here, I'm going to give you exactly what you want. The other side of that Gemini came out. Yeah, a nigga don't hurt my feelings calling me emotional and unintelligent and ignorant because I can do motherfucking both. But thank you for the topic, bitch ass nigga, because I'm going to show y'all I can do both. And I'm going to break that down with precision this week. Do you understand? I'm going to come with the facts and the numbers, and it's not going to be based off of my opinions and feelings like you bitch ass niggas that want to be the victim so motherfucking bad in every fucking situation that when somebody telling you motherfucking common sense, you can't hear that shit. I ain't lying, y'all. The rest of y'all that got sense, go to these countries and visit. And you tell me how the black people in them countries are living. And you tell me if you would want to trade places with them and be born in these places. Or would you have rather been born in America and had your blue ass passport? Then you tell me that America the worst place in the world for black people. People can't tell these niggas nothing. I need the push-up counter for when Mariah say go or bitch. I know I need to quit cussing. Slavery started in Brazil centuries before U.S. boss. Last country to abolish slavery in Americas as well. Nothing to do with U.S. Confederacy. Then if you well educated, don't come on here saying no motherfucking stupid shit. Niggas be talking about they educated, then say dumbass shit. The fuck? Act like you know something. Act like you know world history. You so focused on trying to be the victim. You just so focused on U.S. history that you like, if you really were educated, you would know you just said some of the dumbest shit ever. The fuck? Niggas be talking about they educated, and the only thing that they sit up and watch all day is Tariq Nasheed. Then be talking about they educated. Boy, shut the fuck up. Niggas be talking about they educated. You get to try to have a conversation with them about world history. If you were educated, and if you were truly educated, you would never ever take the stance that black people were treated the worst in the United States. You just never take that stance. You would never take that stance. You would never even take that stance that today in 2026, black people are treated the worst. If you were truly educated, if you were truly learning about the places that you were going to. So you can't convince me you educated because you wouldn't have said no dumbass shit like that. I'm sorry, y'all. People be getting on my nerve with that bullshit. That's why I can't talk to certain people because they say dumb shit and then be standing on dumb shit. But that's okay. I'll do my own show. Do your history. We were treated worse than the Jews. Sir, you finna get just, you know what? I'm gonna let you stay here. You ain't getting no attention. I'm gonna let you stay here. I'm gonna because you love it over here. That's why you keep bringing your funky ass over here. You love being over here. You love listening to what I got to say. That's what I'm saying, y'all. All these weird ass niggas that be on their channel, doing commentary on me, they be over here in my motherfucking chat, y'all. They love it over here. They cannot keep themselves out my motherfucking chat. They love talking about me. They love talking to me. I be trying to just ignore their ass and go on and be like, you know what? Fuck that. They love being over here. Then be on their channel talking shit. Or trying to be funny, trying to be petty, smirking and shit. Like a little mean girl, high school ass bitch. But steady bringing their ass over here. Oh, y'all see him? I do love it over here. Exactly. So I'm going to let you stay here, sir, because you clearly a fan.
Skin men
Next.
with Latino women. I'm done. Number 3, let's go. A lot of Latino women don't want to have nothing to do with Americans. They don't tell you that. A lot of them. The expat, passport bros, you from America, they don't want to have shit to do with you.
It might, look, this person might not be him, but like this particular one, but even then, he like the guy's channel that I'm talking about, he have come over here from his channel and he do be acting funny and talking shit. So guess what? He might have caught a stray today, but that nigga overdue for a bullet anyway. Hey, y'all can clip it, do what y'all need to do with it. These niggas be having me fucked up out here.
They want to be with a Dominican man. They want to be with the wah-wah-wahs in the stomach hanging out with the pot belly and with the tight jeans. They want to be with them. And that's their prerogative. So you might say, well, what did I do wrong? Or who am I? And what happened? And did I do something wrong? No, they just don't want to be with us. They don't want to be with no Americans. They don't want to be with no European.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Niggas be over here got something to say about my looks or whatever the case may be, and you smash Melissa. Nigga, you don't got no motherfucking standards in this bitch. The nerve of fucking you. Nigga, you take the low-hanging pussy. You take the pussy that you can get. You could never talk about me. This man is projecting. He can't speak for everybody. Well, yeah, of course. And that's why I'm addressing him. And thank you. That's why I'm addressing him, and I'm addressing the dudes that be acting like him. Got something to say about me, but the women that will give him some coochie for free look a fucking mess, and they hopping on it every fucking time. Get the fuck on with that bullshit. Yeah, I be cussing. I'm ignorant. I'm masculine. I got an American woman mindset. All that. Now what, bitch? Okay, y'all like abuse. That's why y'all bring y'all ass over here fucking with me. I'm convinced something is not right. Y'all like abuse. Y'all like a bitch talking bad to y'all. Okay, with that said, guys, y'all smash the like button. If you're enjoying the conversation, if you are being entertained tonight, feel free to support the Cash App or the channel with the super chat. We gonna continue on. Thank you. This is Zed. You know what, Zed? I might have to ring you up tonight. If you able, you let me know, girl. The Passport Bros only acknowledge racism when it happens to them. Yes, but we'll sit on their show and talk shit about Black women the entire show. Otherwise, they would claim racism doesn't exist. Yes, I've told you, girl. I've noticed that in this space, it's very pro-Black male, anti-Black women. Melissa is hiding. Yeah, and do you see that hoe checking these men when they be talking shit about Black women? Probably not. You know why? Because she feels it helps her feel superior. Because this the only race of women who she feel like she got a one up on the social hierarchy. Because you know it's a lot of men in this space that they just like light skin. They don't give a fuck how it come packaged as long as it ain't a woman that look like them, they fucking with it. So it's easy over here for her. I think you sent her into hibernation, but she will come back when the coast is clear. Long as she don't come over here fucking with me.
I don't want to be with nobody else. And then the language barrier even makes it even a little bit tougher. So don't think you doing something wrong. A lot of Latino, I'll give you an example. It's Latinos here in the DR that would never rent out a property to Americans. Never. My wife has called a couple times. Okay, what's your income?
I've seen that. I was apartment searching on Facebook Marketplace here, and I saw in the writing it said Dominicans only.
Who you married to? What's going on with this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, my husband make this. He's American. Yeah, he's American. We don't rent out to Americans. I've had friends. My realtor here, Mr. Armando, he called me up. I said, "Hey man, did you get my friend that spot that's available?" Yeah, but all this stuff came back good, but they don't rent out to Americans. So take it. My point is, certain people, big ass bug, they They got dinosaur bugs in the Dominican Republic.
They do.
Damn.
And the
But anyway,
lizards.
just take it with a grain of salt. Can't file no lawsuit. You can't get mad. You can't write a comment. They don't want to rent out to Americans. That's just what it is. Some Dominicans and Colombians and people from other countries just don't want to have nothing to do with expats or Americans. That's number 3. All right, number 4. And some look dirty. They look
looking dusty and dirty. Damn.
Dirty as hell. They look like they ain't take no bath. They got frosted flakes crumbs on their face. They aggressive. They got they light skin like me, but they neck ain't been clean in 22 years. They got the Wesley Snipes black neck, and they look like Romeo Santos in the face. So,
oh shit. That's some medical disorder.
My point is,
I think that's just not bathing.
my point is, they can see when you are dirty and you look trifling, the clothes you wear, just the whole 9 yards. They know if you clean. Dominicans are clean people. They are very clean. They take 2-3 showers a day. They don't look rough. They wear the fake Jordans. They got the jeans on with the nice shirt, like my shirt, nice, clean. They don't want to be around no niggas with a wife beater on all the time and looking crazy. They want somebody to represent them. I think that's huge when it comes down to coming down here. Clean yourself up. Look presentable.
And multiple bags.
Just because you got $2,800 in your bank account and you got a stack of hundreds, that don't mean they want to be with you forever, or they want to be with you, period, or for one night. You say, damn, his neck look like, help me out, Taraji P. Henson.
Black like the back of Forrest Whitaker's black neck. Thank you, Taraji.
Let's go to the next one. And number 5, last but not least, I see a lot of guys that look desperate. They look like they just excited all the time. Give me your phone number. Give me your phone number. Shit.
Bruh, I ain't even gonna hold you.
Fine. Huh?
I ain't even gonna hold you. They was acting like that when I was in the mall. They was acting like that when I was in the mall. And then I'd be like, I'm American, bro. Presentation in Dominican culture is very important. Yes. And Colombia too. I would say even more so in Colombia. Like in Colombia, they don't play. Like you put on some white shoes and it's a little dirt on there, they judging you. They like you dirty, you dusty. Colombia, like it's another level. But here, yes, they do care about presentation.
That's why they fine women know they fine. You don't have to do no extra. Make them motherfuckers laugh, make them have fun, get to know them, and then you'll have a better time with them. But most people look desperate. Give me your phone number.
That ain't really
and
a
she
thing
say
over
no.
here.
And then
In
they
Dominican
go
Republic.
to the next booth over. Give me your phone number. Bitch, don't you know?
And women, we be watching that.
Yo,
We be
monkey
like,
mouth
this
ass.
nigga, he
Everybody see you walking around trying to get
women, we watch that. We be like, we see that shit. Oh, he done tried to holler at every single woman. We be seeing that, and it's a turn off. Or like we see, okay, y'all get one girl number, then go. That's a turn off. Like cancel.
everybody phone number. You American, but you still gotta have some charisma about yourself. So anyway, in conclusion, make sure that you have your shit right. Make sure that you are doing the things that I just told you to do. The people that have that problem is the same people that had the problem in the United States that shitting on black women. Your monkey mouth ass wasn't getting no women in the United States. Now you're gonna come here and then you still looking for what? Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention to the YouTubers that have women, good, beautiful women, and pay attention to the Negroes or white people that have this. All they talk about is, I'm gonna tell you how to get a mango. I'm gonna tell you how to get a mango. I'm gonna tell you how to get a mango.
Y'all
I'm
be
gonna tell you
thinking,
how to
here's
get a
the
mango.
thing. A lot of y'all men
You
think
ain't shit.
women don't care about whether or not you is community peeing or not. But we do. I'm not saying I'm not gonna be asking no dude his body count or nothing like that. Here's the thing: you don't gotta ask questions like that. All you gotta do is watch how people move and how they behave with you, and you gonna figure it out real quick. I don't gotta ask none of that. I'm just gonna watch how you move with women. I'm gonna watch how you moving with me, and I'm gonna tell if you a thirsty old freaky ass dude. Like, we don't gotta discuss them numbers or nothing like that. I'm gonna go back to Colombia probably at the end of the year just to visit though.
Mangoes. What the fuck is that? We grown. We don't mangoes. So I hope this helps somebody out. No, you know what? I know this helps somebody out. So I was always wondering, like, why am I doing this YouTube channel? To tell the truth. That's why I like Rico so much. Brother Rico, Troy, all of them. Tell the truth. Don't sugarcoat nothing. In the beginning, I tried to do the kumbaya shit, and I was like, that ain't right. Shit, I got a clip. I had a woman steal my George Foreman grill. I got a new one though. But all these consultation fees, all this consultation, and I'm not talking about the people that want to do consultations, that want to
Genuinely
help you out and show you,
tell you the real. It's some people that's not gonna tell y'all the real. Y'all seeing it, that's the thing. Y'all seeing a lot of these men's results here on YouTube, and they're not telling you the truth. They're not telling you she's not a pro, but when I met her, we were in the mall and I offered to pay for all of her shit. I bought her a purse. I paid for her Shein cart. So now she fuck with me. See, they gonna exclude that information and then get on here and tell y'all that they know something about picking up women. Y'all see how when I met them dudes when at the beginning, like when I went live and showed y'all my IRL, how when I met them dudes, as soon as I met them, I told them I'm broke, I ain't got no money. I got no money for none of y'all. I ain't got shit for you. You rarely gonna see these dudes out here telling you ain't gonna see these dudes out here being straight up with them women like that. I ain't got no money for you, baby. Or we can go on a date. I'm not paying no bills. Don't act like straight up. Don't ask me for no money for your mama and your granny and them. You rarely gonna see dudes straight up telling these chicks like that. And then see how many gonna stick around because of their personality. You know they're not sticking around for their personality because they got a tore up personality.
around, because I know some people get scared and they don't know about another country. I'm not talking about them. Those people, if they want to do consultations, make your money. Make your money, make your money. I'm talking about the ones that want to tell you how to get a woman. Bitch, you ain't showed nothing. Now woman that's halfway decent looking. Did that sink in? That's why I paused.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
Pay attention to the passport bros that have channel. Nigga,
I'm getting ready to do my panel.
A cute raccoon on live.
Hold on.
You ain't showed nothing. But you the mango expert. Anyway, so y'all, Happy New Year to everybody. God bless. Make peace be still. I'm gonna do videos sometimes. I didn't pull back on the videos, but my videos from this point forward.
Shout out to Coach John from the Dominican route. I appreciate these perspectives, especially coming from like men who have been around the block, more experienced, married, really out here doing this expat stuff, really out here like speaking air Spanish and stuff like that, living that life, has kids that have Dominican life. I'm like, y'all need to go show them type of channels love. Like, y'all need to go show them type of people love. All of this, these dudes who go into these countries, been staying in these countries for years, don't barely speak a lick of Spanish, and then when they do speak it, that shit just be so trash. You should be better. You should be better. Like, that shit don't make no sense. Most of the falling out I have with people when going to Latin America is over money. I tell them straight up, this isn't a free fall. Exactly. Welcome to the anti-trick club. Most of these tricks will hate you. Yes. Okay, guys. So, Zed, I saw you. I don't know if you were still in there, but anybody who want to come up and get, not you, Andrew Show, keep your hoe ass from back here. I'm kicking your ass right off. You watch from the butcher, sir. You sit down and you don't touch nothing. Why am I saying that with these scissors? Okay, so the link is in the chat. While I wait, I'm going to go to Nana's channel. Now, I told y'all I'm going to have, if he want to come up here, I'm going to have Nana up here. Nana, I think this is it. Here it is. So the link is in the chat for anybody who want to come up here. Now, y'all keep telling me to review his channel. And I've noticed that him and Austin Holloman are going back and forth. Now, shout out, both of them, these people follow me. And I didn't realize I wasn't following Nana. I'm going to follow Nana. I just followed him. I thought I already was. And I follow Austin Holloman as well. And I've spoken with him before. He's friends with what we have a mutual friend. And y'all know Austin is one of my favorite YouTubers in the space. I know a lot of y'all don't like him for whatever reasons, but I've seen the growth, and I always knew Austin would grow. And I think he gives very educational content, especially when he was talking about his social, on his social political run, when he was talking about geopolitics. And I think he was offering a lot to the space that a lot of people were not necessarily bringing to the table, right? So people can dislike him for whatever reason, but I know the reasons why I personally like him, right? And have I agreed with everything that he's done? No, especially when he was in his earlier years, especially when he was kind of doing, it seemed like he was just kind of running through chicks and more so focused on the sex and showing the chicks versus like trying to find something serious. But again, at that time that I was introduced to Austin, he was 22. And I knew I'm like, this makes sense coming from a young man. Yeah, these men be 50 years old, still on the same stuff. Okay. So let me see what he is talking about. I'm going to review his last video. Okay. So this is Nana has a message for the blacks misbehaving in Africa. This was 2 years ago. So let's see what was said.
Mama Cheryl, I love singing, but I don't have natural talent. Is there any hope for me?
heard what he said. What he said? The camera. Oh, I mean, I can't even see. I can only see myself in the video.
Do y'all see anybody?
For those of y'all that don't know, Austin Holloman had a situation where he was at a restaurant. I think the restaurant is called Gecko's, that he frequents in Kenya and that he promotes. And I believe he had his birthday and he always goes there. The restaurant kicked him. Basically, he asked for the bill and they told him don't come back because he was doing like an 11-hour live stream there. And they basically, was telling him he got to stop recording and all of that. They told him not. He kind of got into it with the people. I guess Kenya is a place where you can, it's very difficult to record, which to Austin, my advice would be, why would you be there? Like, if people are tripping about you recording, because here's the thing. When you're a travel YouTuber, you're going to have to make videos outside. And, your girlfriend, your girlfriend, probably soon to be wife, is Namibian. You found what you're looking for. To me, y'all can move around, to be honest. I wouldn't stay there. And I wouldn't stay in any country as a travel YouTuber where people act like you just can't record anything in public. That shit gets exhausting. And it's already hard enough being subconscious, trying to record and do this is your job. So I would go somewhere else. This is my opinion, but
Else in the background that would possibly be complaining? I'll wait.
I don't be easily moved, y'all.
There's literally somebody that has sent a photo of me and sent a message about this long, like a bitch. Sent a message this long, and the guy says, hey, these people are...
I hope I never stop cursing. I tried, y'all.
And sent a message about this long, like a bitch. Sent a message this long. And they said that somebody texted them saying that he wouldn't even show me. Can you at least have him show me whose phone number that is?
Look, this, keep in mind, this is where we moved. When they moved us the first time, granted, whatever, some magical ghost is in the background. This is where they moved us to, and then they said that we were still filming people.
For air rules.
Who the fuck is back there besides 2 employees?
I know that hurts y'all's feelings, but that's what it was.
Hey, I was in the middle of talking shit. I know that hurts y'all's feelings. Yeah, truly pure Vita. I would never take your advice based off of just the fact that you said that. Talking about move on. You the type of person that would have told a slave, so what, that master whipped your ass. It's over now, just move on. That's the logic you got.
I'm gonna say this. I see Austin's point. If you've promoted a business and you brought clientele to a business, I would feel like that's a slap in the face too. If you treat me like that because I was recording, then I move and try to move to a more secluded space, and you still acting like it's a problem. That's what I'm saying, sir. Just I move around.
People do wrong shit, especially with me, because my shit is on video. They'll feel like I can go somewhere else and do it again.
Okay, this person, Jerry Nimley, says this guy is so anti-African. I don't know how Ugandans haven't kicked him out yet. I never really heard Austin be anti-African. Matter of fact, he promotes going over there to Africa. He talks about African women. Has he had his critiques? Yes. People come. This is what really confuses me about a lot of people. They will come to the United States, be in the United States, living the best life that they've ever lived, make the most money that they've ever made, and still be in the United States talking mad shit about the United States of America. But as soon as somebody says something about their country when they go over there, then it's a problem. then it's a problem. We can't never say nothing about our experiences in their country. But they be in America talking cash money shit, saying whatever they want to say. And for the most part, we have free speech over there.
Because I'm not like a random person. Like, people know who I am, so then they'll be like, oh, well, Gecko kicked him out and he didn't even say nothing about it. You at least got to give like bad press. You said, why didn't I try to send traffic to Z? I've been doing that for the past month. What are you talking about?
Yeah, literally.
Every video has been collaboration, except for the one yesterday. And I still posted one from yesterday on my community post.
Still frustrated by the tedious process of creating short dramas? Log into Framia, enter your idea, and it'll handle
look at you all. You niggas still gonna be watching from the bushes anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These niggas be over on other shows, panels talking about me. Be over here loving it, enjoying themselves. Watching. They not gonna leave no likes. They not gonna show no love, but that's okay. I'm still getting the advertisement money, so I appreciate you. I appreciate the view. But be over here watching everything I do just so they can take their drunk ass over to their channel and talk shit. Or take their drunk ass over to somebody else panel and talk shit. Y'all love it over here. Just admit it. And I'm not talking about the people that come on here, show love, hit the like button, participate. Like, that's the whole purpose of a live. That's the whole purpose. I'm talking about the people who don't like me, always talking mess about me, but then coming over here, wasting your life away watching somebody that you don't like. That's energy you could direct to something, to watching somebody that brings you joy, where you feel like you're getting value. But obviously, y'all feel like y'all getting value if you're still here. Random, but anyone else notice the difference in other countries? You are expected to make effort to learn language. In America, lost count of how many sorry, no English responses I have got over years. Yeah. And I'm consistent, Trojan Fight. I feel like if you go to the United States, you need to learn English. That don't mean you can't never speak your native tongue, but it's people that have been in the United States for decades and still can't speak English. That's ridiculous. But part of that is because in the United States, we have a more accommodating culture. So we will do things like make documents, like when I was teaching, you make an English copy for the parents and a Spanish copy for the parent. They not doing that shit in other countries.
everything with a single click. From script planning and character development to storyboard rendering and one-click final cut, the entire process is fully automated. You're essentially a top-notch film and television team all by yourself.
To the citrus bloodline.
I'm sorry.
You are disowned.
I'm tired.
Respect the rules of the establishment. You say you were supposed to expose them. I tried to get the number. Oh boy was like, yes, this is who sent the text. Yes, just leave and pay and go. Just leave. Here it is. Go. Man, I wanted to slap that motherfucker. Because he was pissing me off doing like that. He was playing with my intelligence. That's what was pissing me off.
Thank you. Yeah, y'all need like button.
When this guy talks to his insult
Thank you,
group,
Trojan.
he projects this strength that he doesn't have. We all saw the video, Austin.
That's the root of the problem.
There was no slapping that was going to happen there. The man said, just leave. Just leave means just leave. Okay? You are not going to do no slapping in Nairobi, Kenya. So when you're talking to your boys, don't start talking that talk, man. You're still in Kenya, boy. You know the shit that just happened to you? More shit is about to happen to you.
Yeah, I would say.
So that's why I told you.
I do gotta agree with Nana on that. Don't be threatening violence toward nobody, especially on camera in a country. I wouldn't advise that. And it's not because I'm telling y'all to be scary or nothing like that. But you gotta understand, at the end of the day, if forget a one-on-one, y'all don't know. Like, okay, I got a funny story to tell. Hold on, let me turn my camera back on. I'm gonna tell y'all this funny ass story. Y'all gonna laugh y'all ass off. Hold on. Okay, y'all finna laugh. So one time I got into it with this African girl that lived downstairs from me, and she had like a whole bunch of siblings. Her name was Judy. And I wanted to fight the girl. Now I thought that me and Judy was gonna fight. So I went downstairs. Y'all, all her siblings was outside. Y'all, they jumped the fuck out me. And not just that, they was beating me with a stick and a belt at the same damn time. Baby, them Africans, they is not, they think you finna catch this community ass whooping.
It's in your best interest to leave. Go home. That's hence the title of the video. Go home, buddy.
Why do they want him to go home? What's the problem?
You've run that course, that disrespect you just gave Kenyans. You know, I want to see that video on TikTok. I want Kenyans to see it.
What disrespect did he just give Kenyans, though? Because from what I saw, he was talking about the owners of the restaurant, which, I mean, to me, he had a valid reason to crash out.
You would have to leave. That's the whole point. You would have to leave. See, we have to salute to you, David Smith. We have to finally start teaching these guys a lesson. Okay, this thing of playing games with them and these fake lies of letting them believe that they belong to the land so they can come there and do all the bullshit they want. I think it's time to wrap it up. We've laid back too much.
I'm going to give a nuanced perspective here. Americans should respect the places that they go to. No dispute there. No argument there, right? But it seemed like in certain cases that a lot of African people be nitpicking them too. And then I've heard several Americans say they have went into an African establishment and I've seen this myself in the United States. Most of the time, if you go to an African establishment, like one time I went into an Ethiopian establishment and I came in there with my Black friends and we came first. A big group of white people came in after us, and guess who got served first? The white people. So I have seen a lot of like Africans have an anti-FBA mentality. And I don't know if it's anti-FBA or if it's more so they put whiteness on a pedestal and just would prefer that business from them. But what I will say is Black people are extremely foolish, and I've been saying this for years. If you think that you're going to go to Africa and you're going to experience like a return to home or a return to the motherland kind of treatment, because they don't even see a lot of the tribes that live next to them as brothers and sisters. It's a lot of tribalism. They beef with people from other countries. They don't look at race the way we do in terms of Black and white and Black people have to stick together. No, they have a lot of tribalism. They have a lot of nationalism. So we have a different world view on things. But I will say this, Black Americans don't understand this. So they take their ass over to Africa and then they think that they're going to get the welcome home treatment or welcome back my long lost cousin that got kidnapped. And then a lot of y'all don't even have historic context on that enough to know that these African nations were complicit in that. What's up, Jon Snow is back. Okay, y'all make sure that y'all hit the like button, please. Also, feel free to, if you like what I'm talking about, you're picking up what I'm putting down, the Cash App is up, or feel free to send a question in the super chat.
We've given you guys some time to play stupid games, and it's gotten to the point where we just can't take your stupid disrespect anymore, okay? Abroad, you guys are a menace. You're giving us, you're making our lives hell here. And then if you come to us too, you're making their lives hell. You're making white people's lives hell here.
Because
They're
I'm
making
looking
Asian.
so for real. Like, what do you mean by we're being a menace? Like, just black people in general are being a menace? Because, sir, we don't want to get to talking about the Somalians in Minnesota and how much money. We don't want to talk about all the scamming and the looting of resources and money the American taxpayer that goes on here in the United States that a lot of Africans participate in. Is it all of them? No, I don't have a problem with African people. I know there's a lot of hardworking, educated African people who came over here and they got their degrees and they work hard and they didn't participate in that. But if I was like, what if I was like, we don't want y'all here. We don't want y'all over here. Based off of the billions of dollars that have been scammed, it's just a matter of fact that this has gone on. So it's kind of like, I'm not jiving that. No, I'm not really feeling that. That you acting like, I mean, I'm pretty sure like the amount of white, black Americans that are over there in Africa are far fewer than the amount of Africans who have immigrated to the United States. And if you want to talk about in terms of monetary value, what has been lost, it does compared to, okay, what monetary value Africa has lost from black Americans going over there versus monetary value that black Americans have lost from Africans coming to the United States in terms of competition for jobs and also in terms of like just flat out scamming, it's not even close. Only the best of the best can get into Africa, get into America. The flight alone weeds them out. But that's not always the case. And then you got to understand during, like, for example, during the Biden administration, a lot of them was coming up through South America, through Colombia, through Mexico. And just because they could afford a flight don't mean they didn't come over here and scam. And I'm not saying that all Africans are scammer. I'm just making a comparison because it's like he's making it seem like Africans are upset about FBAs being in Africa. And it's like, well, what if we said the same thing or we like chalked it up to all the Africans? And again, this is billions of dollars. Like, for example, what if we use Minnesota as the example? What's going on over there? And was like, well, Americans are just tired of y'all Africans and y'all coming over here and committing crimes, because that's the crime. It might not be the same as somebody fighting or doing something like that, but it's a crime. No, in Minnesota, y'all don't know what happened in Minnesota with the scandal with the governor and Tim Walz with the Somalis. Y'all don't know what happened with that? Y'all don't pay attention to politics?
Life hell here. Like, you're giving everybody hell, man. Like, geez, when are you going to stop? You guys are giving everybody hell. You're going abroad, you're showing your ass. At home, you're showing your ass. At one point, you have to look at this and say, no, man, we suck. We are the common denominator, man. We are the problem. We got to flush out the brain.
But I'm the one showing his ass. He was literally just sitting down recording and doing a live stream. He wasn't bothering nobody. And I guess not, I might consider, okay, well, just him recording in public is the same thing as showing his ass. But I mean, and that's why I say, I think just leave. First of all, if you go to other countries, there are countries where on YouTube, when you're talking about certain type of content, you're going to get paid a higher rate. That's why I say certain people, when they feel like they can do better without you or whatever the case may be, just let them feel that way and go on about your business. Just let them feel that way and go on about your business. Because you probably honestly would make more money and be able to better sell other places than Kenya anyway.
Your brain is the problem. Your upbringing is the problem. You know, The way you guys been put together is a problem. It's horrible, man. Even children don't behave the way you guys behave when you go to some of these countries. This is the time for us to speak our minds, man. And I know it's gonna offend somebody, but I don't give a fuck. You guys know me, man. This is the time for us to speak our minds. We've had enough, okay?
Who is gonna? No. Who has? Let me gather my thoughts here. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. No, who is gonna tell y'all that Africa has the worst reputation like around the world? Like literally, like most people, like outside of Black Americans who, you know, think we gonna get a warm embrace home, and we've been programmed to believe we have it the worst. We have the worst life ever. It's okay. Most of us don't know better. Like, do you honestly think that, for example, in Latin America, who do you think has a worse reputation? Do you think Latinos would rather go live in the United States with African Americans in an African American community? Or do you think they would rather go live in Africa? I'm gonna tell you right now, most Latinos would rather jump off of a cliff than go live over there. That's why they do come to the United States and they do go live around us, especially when they first started out. Do you think Asians, like Southeast Asians, poor, do you think they would rather move to Africa, or would they rather come in America and start out in a neighborhood with FBA? Because they do. They live around FBA because they do. So as bad as a reputation you think we have around the world, I'm going to tell you right now, most people would rather be over in the United States with FBAs than over there in Africa. If they got to choose the FBAs in America and Africa, moving to Africa, they're going to choose FBA every time. And it's not because I'm not saying that Africa is not beautiful and it doesn't have many great, amazing things to offer. This is the real general sentiment of just how people feel about Africa and Africans. And it may or may not be rooted in anything of substance. It might all be rooted in complete ignorance. But the reality of the matter is what I'm trying to say to you, Nana, is y'all don't have any room to talk about this. Is what I'm trying to say. A foundational Black American. Y'all don't got no room to talk about us at all. They hate us because they hate us. Nana would never be able to bring his happy-go-lucky ass to USA if it wasn't for the blood and sacrifice of Black Americans. Like, do y'all forget this? I'm not trying to be funny. Nana has supported my channel. I didn't see this, but you come on, man. Come on, that's not right. I can understand if you're making disclaimers like the ones that are acting up or whatnot. But, and I get it, but even in this situation, Austin didn't really just do too much. I would choose to go, if I were you, Nana, I would be choosing like 10 other YouTubers, hell, 20, 30 other YouTubers to put my foot on their neck and go after them that's over there doing wrong before I chose Austin Holloman. Because he's actually has tried to promote the country in a positive light. Even though he don't always agree, he has tried to promote these countries in a positive light. So like, it's so many other people to put your foot on their neck beside Austin Holloman.
O'Shea over there doing a lot of bullshit. Like,
Thanks for the sub.
He owns the place. You over there.
He didn't act like he owned the place. This is his job. So he was recording. He moved back, trying to accommodate the situation, and people was tripping. But again, that's what I'm saying. Austin, get from around there in that foolishness. A lot of it just be hit animosity toward us for no reason. Because this is petty, in my opinion.
Being a menace to Kenyans. Like, what do you guys want from this world, man? Can you not be normal people? Can you not just live normal lives? Behave yourselves like how everybody else behaves when they travel? Can you guys do that? Just normal etiquette. We're not saying be exceptional. Can you just be a human being? Stop being animals. Stop this animal behavior. We don't care, man. It's time to go home, buddy. Time to call your mama so that she can set you up maybe with a job at McDonald's or DoorDash. And come back home to your people and leave my people alone, man. You're giving us too much trouble. It's a headache. You are a headache. O'Shea is a headache. You are the only group that complains about Africa and Africans. When we are here in the US, we are not in your communities. And you complain about us. We don't live in the hood. We don't live amongst y'all. We don't even come into contact with you guys. But you still complain about us. You only know us from the internet and from the TV. And maybe from occasionally going to an African store or an African event.
Okay, so first of all, a lot of Black people don't live in the hood, and I've met African people who actually do live in the hood or started out there, and I've met African people that live in Black suburbs as well. We have those. We have all Black suburbs in Texas, just like there's Prosper, Texas. There's DeSoto, Texas. There's Cedar Hill, Texas. I've lived over there, and there are Africans there. And not all Black people in the United States live in the hood. This is very racist. This is very racist. And again, you're speaking like this, having had moved to a country where the only reason why you're there is because African Americans and the rights that they fought for. Because understand, at one point, y'all were banned from immigrating to the United States. They didn't want y'all over there. What? This is insane. I can't, I'm my flabber is gasted. This is all over a dispute. This is all over a dispute at a restaurant over recording. This is causing you to say these things. And then with one YouTuber, this is causing you to say these things. Granted, I call out my people when we do wrong. And certainly, there are some behavioral issues in the Black community and some child rearing issues that we do need to address. And I've spoken on those things, but the way you talking about it just ain't right. And then the way you acting like Black people can't be over there in God country where y'all have flooded the United States is absolutely insane. When a lot of Africans have came to the United States and literally looted, when so much of the American tax dollar goes to the United States, that money didn't come out of thin air. The American people, including Black Americans, work for that money, and it gets sent overseas for y'all politicians to misappropriate the funds. Y'all need to have way more smoke for the people running y'all's countries than foundational Black Americans. We are the least of y'all problems in Africa.
You don't even know us. You don't talk to us. We don't talk to you. You don't talk to us. We are living completely in different parts of this country. That is abroad now. Yet you have a problem with us. Then because you say you are fleeing racism, you come to us, then you still want to disrespect us, and you still want to create more problems for us. So
I didn't hear any
creating
disrespect.
problems for us.
I didn't really hear, when I heard Austin talk about this, I didn't hear disrespect. It was a valid reason to be pissed.
When we are abroad, and you're also creating problems for us when we are home. You guys are a problem now, man. It's too much. It's too much. It's disgusting. You're making it very difficult for good Black Americans to be able to live in Africa. Because you guys think if you blow this up, Africa is on a decline, in O'Shea's words, that no Black American is ever going to need Africa. So you don't care how you treat these Africans because you know you have a home called America that you can up and.
But they was fucking with him. I would be 1000% on your side, Nana, if it was like something major that Austin did, but they was literally fucking with him. They abuse birthright citizenship as well. Oh, absolutely. I've seen so many times those immigration videos where it's like, ma'am, you look like you're gonna burst out. I know a couple people who came over here just to have their kids and went back to Africa with the kids. So that's what I'm saying. That y'all ain't got, like, African people really should not be speaking on African Americans. Now, if it's a situation where, again, the men are coming over there, exploiting the women and putting that shit on camera and like that level of disrespect, I absolutely understand y'all speaking up against that kind of stuff. This dispute over this restaurant, to me, this is Austin didn't disrespect nobody.
Leave anytime you want. So you don't want to respect these people. You don't want to respect their cultures. Why are you in a country if you're
Okay,
not
but
interested?
you Africans in Congress. Let's talk about Ilhan Omar. Her ass can go home at any time too. She chooses to sit up in U.S. Congress and bitch and complain majority of the time. I know so many Africans that be in the United States bitching and complaining about the United States and what they feel like is wrong with the United States, but still won't go back to Africa. Treating African Americans like second-class citizens, FBI, in our own country. And it is our own country. We don't have any ties to Africa. We don't know any cousins, family members. We've been in the United States for centuries at this point. Help build that country up. And African people will come to the United States and literally treat FBAs like second-class citizens. And this is the point I try to make to y'all when I'm making this commentary, just like when that dude from the Andrew show, Andrew, came on here, and when he tried to challenge me when I said that African Americans being born in the United States is the best place that you could have been born. Y'all don't understand the extent to which people will treat you in other places, or y'all don't really understand how much that colorism and social hierarchy is worse in other countries. Y'all just don't get it. This man Austin Holloman can't even speak his mind about a dispute with the restaurant owner. It's not like he tore the restaurant up. It's not like he fought anybody. This was a dispute over recording, and they acting like Austin Holloman over there doing the most.
In their culture. You don't want to respect them. And then when you go over there, you know, you're creating problems for us here when we migrate here, even though we are not in your communities. You know, you just heard about Africans, so you create all these narratives and you say all kinds of bullshit about us, but we don't talk to y'all. We don't even be around y'all. And then when you
Sir,
come to Africa,
I'm gonna try to put this in the nicest term possible. Just me growing up in the United States, okay, being around white people, being around Mexicans, it don't really matter what African Americans do or say. These people already had their opinions about you. They already think that y'all live in huts and y'all be in a group eating out of a bucket together, and that y'all don't be y'all walk around wearing loincloth and shit like that. Now I know that's not what's going on in majority of the cases. I'm just keeping it so real with y'all. That is the perception of Africa, the general perception of Africa in the United States, and that's especially true amongst other races of people here, more so than African Americans. So it's like by y'all talking shit and just throwing African Americans under the bus, it's not going to improve y'all's social standing. Even in the United States, y'all could be like doctors and lawyers, and people still don't really like. I just want I want you to be realistic here. And this is not my perception. My daughters have African. Her dad is from Ethiopia. I know there are many many hardworking like African, but I think y'all really are in need of a reality check of your social standing in general terms. Chat, am I tripping in what I'm saying? Chat, am I tripping in what I'm saying? Or do y'all believe that Americans in general, like non-FBA Americans in general, have a positive opinion about Africans? Like, I need y'all to understand that in the social hierarchy of things, African American, I don't care how much more money y'all have than us. It's not really about that. I don't care. Y'all can come over here and get more degrees than us and everything. I need y'all to understand that in the social hierarchy of things, African Americans rank above y'all. I don't make the rule. That's just what it is. That's just the perception. No, you aren't. Read what I said. I've been living it my whole life. It's like y'all got a false sense of reality and how the world, it's not just in it, it's how the world views Africa in general. I went to a top charter school with lottery only entry after third grade. Referrals brought in many African families who eventually outnumbered FBAs. Wow. They are only one step above Indians. I mean, you didn't. And again, this is not what I believe. This is what I went to a top charter school with lottery only entry after third grade. Referrals brought in many African families who eventually outnumbered FBAs. Yeah, and here's the thing you got to understand, Nana. You know, when Trump got into office in a lot of these countries like Venezuela, were not taking their, repatriating their illegal immigrants that came to the United States. Do you want to know why people went so, like, you didn't see how people lost their mind when Trump sent them to Rwanda? If people had such a high opinion of Africa, it would be like, okay, well, they're going somewhere better. or they're going to a good place. Now, Rwanda could be an amazing place, but I'm saying people lost their shit when he sent them over. They lost their shit when they found out they was going to Africa. What? So now guess what? They scared. They like, dang, if I go to the United States illegally, I might get sent to Africa. You think they'd rather be in the United States living in the Bronx with a whole bunch of black people? Or do you think they would rather be in Rwanda? You have to, a legal immigrant have to choose between living in the Bronx with African Americans and all the ghetto shit that come with that versus living in Rwanda. Which one you think they're gonna choose? Do I sound mean? I think sometimes you got to like just remind people what it really is. As bad as a reputation as us FBAs have, y'all have a worse reputation. And same thing about Indians. As bad as a reputation as SBAs have, I'll be like the nerve of Indians to be turning their nose up at us because they have a worse reputation. And when I say Indians, I'm talking about Indians from the country of India. If a person gotta choose who they gonna sit next to on the bus, let me stop. I'm gonna say some real messed up about Indian. I ain't finna do it. Your baby daddy African though. I'm not talking shit about all Africans, right? I'm giving my opinion. Like I'm okay, so I'm saying. I'm giving a realistic, y'all know what I'm saying is not lying. I'm not lying about how people generally tend to view Africans in comparison to African Americans. I'm talking about in terms of world order and social hierarchy, how people view Africans in relation to African Americans. And y'all know I'm not lying. I don't care what white people on your job told you. What? Oh yeah, we like y'all because y'all hard working. They did be talking shit. They did be saying that shit in y'all face. We Americans know what time it is and what they really think and what the shit they be saying. When we were kids growing up in America, the worst thing that you could call somebody was an African booty scratcher. So you got to understand the mentality you're up against over here in the United States. I don't care who's smiling in your face, making y'all feel like they lying. They lying. Exactly, because during COVID-19 in China, when the McDonald's said no black people, they were talking about African, not African American. Yeah, because we don't even be over there like that. It's more Africans over there. Like that's the population that's going over there to these countries in droves. Tyler Oliveira have done videos of Africans over there scamming. Like everybody in the world has seen this scamming, just scamming like a mug over there in France. Scamming, that's the reputation y'all have, scammers. Y'all might not have the reputations for gun violence. No, y'all don't got that reputation. Y'all might not have that reputation of fighting like we do. Y'all have a reputation of disrespecting women. Like y'all have the reputation of in a lot of these countries, female genital mutilation. Like that be y'all marrying child brides. And again, I know every country is different. Every country has different laws, of course. I'm just telling y'all, when people think Africa in general, this is what they think. Like, y'all literally gotta come over here and show us something different for us to think otherwise. And then we get around y'all and we start changing our minds. But like, this is the Austin Holloman could get off of the internet forever. And this is the perception of Africans. And it's how it's been. And honestly, truly, is probably how, like, it's going to be real hard to change that. But people would literally have to go see it theirself in order to change. Yeah, you got to understand now. We grew up watching commercials at night that like it would cut into the commercial and it would be playing that song, "In the Arms of the Angels, fly away with me." Okay, that's y'all know that song. And then you always see the flies flying around the kid, emaciated, bloated. The whole of America saw that, sir. They was running them commercials nonstop. And Africans is partly, like, y'all leadership is partly to blame because they was making money through us sending the money there. Now, I didn't send no money, but a lot of people that was up, they was sending the money. And then y'all governments was misappropriating the money. But nevertheless, it was sent. Americans tried to help. We just gotta keep it real here. Then this is why I hate doing this, because then I look like a bitch. But people really be talking and they don't think about the stuff they say sometimes. I really don't advise that y'all continue to be going in on FBAs like this, because see, when we get to scoring, then y'all gonna get y'all feelings hurt. Nana is a white man with 100% Anglo-Saxon bloodline. His skin only dark because he has vitiligo like Uncle Ruckus. Dang, like, and I ain't even trying to talk about him. I'm hearing this shit and I'm like, bro, this shit, you say African Americans giving y'all a bad reputation. I ain't never heard. Austin has said certain things, talk about certain things culturally that he don't like, that Africans be saying the same shit. I've heard the same stuff that Austin has said. I have heard Africans say the exact same shit about y'all. But because he African American, then it's wrong. But for the most part, he like promotes Kenya like a mug. So it's like we can't breathe when we go to these countries. You can't say nothing. Are we supposed to just take somebody just punking us? Even though we show love to them. Now it's we making y'all look bad. It's nothing African Americans can do to make Africans look even worse than what the world thinks about y'all. Nothing. I like you overestimate where y'all social standing is to begin with. And again, these are not my opinions. I obviously had a child with an African man that comes from a very hardworking African family, and some of the his family members, I'm very grateful to them. But like when we're talking about y'all general standing and how the world perceives y'all, African Americans are right here, y'all down here. Y'all down here.
Africa, in the name of fleeing racism and going to where everybody is black, you create problems for the Africans. So the common denominator here is you guys. You know, you don't get along with Asians, You don't get along with other blacks because you're killing each other. You don't get along with Hispanics. Google boycott and see which community boycotts. You're the only ones boycotting. The brokers.
Sir, y'all don't really get along with Asians that all that well either. In Asia, when y'all coming over there, the Japanese don't want y'all over all of that. And let's not talk about how they be getting bullied in Europe. White people be spitting on them and slapping them, and they don't be doing nothing. I'm just so confused by this conversation. Again, I'm not saying that there's not things that we need to fix in our community. Absolutely. I used to debate both FBA and African girls in my class. Whenever Black American history came up, the perspective often felt very different. Do they even know Black American history? This is what I'm saying. This is why I say y'all be hating. This is why I tell Black people, and they get upset with me when I say this. Your best bet, if you want a fair shot in life, your best bet is to deal with the American white man. I don't care what none of y'all say. Y'all can say, oh, I think the white man ish don't stink. The American white man is going to be far more fair to you than dealing with any other race of people in this country. I mean, in this world. He's going to be far more fair. He's going to give you a fairer shake in life. You know what it is, too? A lot of people are jealous of Black Americans. And let me explain. Yeah, we have our problems and things, but you got to understand how a lot of people think of it. A lot of people think we are squandering our opportunities because we do have access to a lot that they don't have, especially if they have to stay in their own country. And a lot of them feel like we have squandered our opportunities or we have squandered our birthright, and they wish that they were given the same access. You got to understand, Black Americans don't have to ever deal with immigration. We don't got to be scared of ICE. We don't have to pay hundreds and thousands of dollars to be in the United States. And that's what I say when I say a lot of these minority groups are very resentful towards African Americans, because things that they feel like they have to fight for to get, it just comes automatic, and they don't believe we're deserving. They believe that they are the ones that are deserving of it. So then that's where a lot of this animosity comes in. Granted, I do think that we could be doing better with the opportunities that we have. Yeah, we do be fumbling the ball a lot. But at the same time, sir, nobody deserves to be on American soil. We deserve to be on American soil just as much as white Americans, because we've been here since then. And our ancestors built this country. And so none of y'all deserve to be here. We not taking nothing from y'all. None of y'all deserve to be in the United States more than us, because Black Americans are as American as apple pie. And that nothing about that is going to change. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you're talking about Austin disrespecting the people in Africa, but you literally sitting in the United States disrespecting FBAs in the United States. And that's our country. That's our country that we have a birthright to. That's our country that our ancestors built. That's all we know. And that's why I say Black Americans need to start exercising more pride in being what we are above all else, which is American. I don't care what papers the people have come in centuries later and got in their first, second generation. No, Black Americans, we are as American as apple pie. And we need to start making people put some respect on that. And stop being over here rooting for people to replace us that don't even respect us. I don't like this conversation. I'm gonna be honest.
Community is the one that is always boycotting. What are you boycotting? You don't have any businesses.
What?
Huh?
Black Americans don't have any businesses. I've lived in African American community in Texas, sir. You go down to DeSoto, you go down to Cedar Hill, you go down to Lancaster, so you go to Oak Cliff. Even Oak Cliff, it's a lot of Black-owned businesses. A lot of Black people own barbershops. They own food trucks, have their own mental health care practices. I went to a Black dental office. We own hair salons, lash spas. There are Black people who have started their own charter schools, car wash. We got businesses. Maybe because you live in Prosper, you don't see that. But you go down to Cedar Hill, Lancaster, DeSoto, Lake Ridge. There are plenty of Black-owned businesses in Dallas, in the DFW Metroplex. We're just a small percentage of the population. We're like 13% of the population. But to say, that's why y'all need to quit pushing this fucking struggle narrative, because people be listening to that shit and believing it. Apple pie with cool whipped cream. Yeah, he wilding. Like, chat, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you know at least 5 Black-owned businesses in your neighborhood.
You don't have any businesses, man. Y'all got no businesses, man. What are you boycotting? Come on, man. Come on back home, man.
Yeah, that don't make sense, Nana. That don't make, you don't have to explain that. We boycott other races' businesses, not our own. The point is to boycott another race's business, not your own business. He never been to Houston or Atlanta. Like, Atlanta is the Black Mecca for Black-owned business. Charlotte, North Carolina. Like, what are you talking about? This is so offensive. This is so thoroughly offensive. Y'all make sure y'all smash the like button.
It up. Time to wrap it up. Come on back home, man.
Let's see what else he said. Baby, people need a reality check. And that's why, here's the thing, Black Americans be the main one. Every time Trump puts these countries on a block list, we be the main one. Oh, he's a racist and this and that. I don't say nothing. Because I be like, it must have been a reason. It must have been a reason why you got put on that block list. I don't say absolutely nothing. Like, it's a reason why. We don't got to worry about getting put on no block list. That ain't our fight. Then the first thing people be looking at us, why ain't y'all saying nothing? Why ain't y'all, for what? We already, like, our ancestors already did the heavy lifting. What more is there to say? That's what I'm saying. Black Americans really need to start picking and choosing our battles. Then y'all, this is another thing that kill me about Black Americans. Y'all get upset just because everybody y'all get upset. Just Black Americans get upset when people from other nations don't want to identify as Black Americans. But what y'all don't understand is you're doing yourself a disservice, because again, it's okay for those people to hold their identity. it's okay for them to hold their identity, because without us separating it and without them identifying with their nation, then guess what? Our votes and our real struggle and history that is attached to the United States gets drowned out. And I do believe we should have a bigger say, because again, we are just as American as apple pie. Black Americans and American go, we've been there since the beginning. And that needs to be respected. Thank you, Zed. Yeah, you can criticize passport bros without using racist language. Nana failed at that. Yeah, like, stick to the message. And again, Zed, this was all over Austin getting into a dispute with somebody over him recording in the restaurant. Like, that warranted all that. That warranted all that. That warranted that kind of response. I never heard Zed attack Black culture. Now, she done attack. Here's the thing. Y'all got to be able to separate certain stuff. It is certain Black men that is going abroad acting a fool, showing their ass. And the rest of us Black Americans don't like that. Now, it's one thing to say that and then to be like, y'all don't own businesses. Who are y'all? What? Who are y'all boycotting? What? Come again? To act like we all come from the hood or the ghetto. Granted, again, I don't got no problem addressing certain bad behaviors of certain people in our community, because it does affect us and it affects everybody around it. But it's like the way he talking real greasy. Zed is Ethiopian. My daughter's dad is Ethiopian. FBA success has been stamped out systematically over every step of the way. Even integration was employed. But like, even with all that, there are a lot of successful Black people in the United States. A lot, and you would have to leave the United States to understand that. There are a lot of, when you go to the United States, I know Black doctors, dentists, lawyers. All of my family, like the majority of the people in my family, have a college degree and are homeowners. And we did, I'll say, we, like, for in my generation, millennial generation, we started out in the hood because our family did have some wealth after slavery, but all of that got lost during that whole integration period, right? And people not making smart financial decisions with the wealth that our ancestors were able to build. And so that way had nothing to do with white people. So the rest of us started out in the hood, and then now most of my family lives in the suburbs, and they are college educated and have very good jobs and own homes. I'm just now, Zed, do you want to come up? Because if you want to come up, because you was talking about all Black men. You let me know, girl. I'm gonna drop the link. You can come give your opinion. I think that will be interesting to have an African American woman or a FBA woman and an African woman discuss this. So I dropped the link. Of course, you're invited. I was a teacher before.
And I actually wasn't doing a lot of these videos until Tariq and O'Shea came on the scene. I never talked about Black American issues until these two came. So a lot of that was to push back and to make them reconsider some of the things they say about us. But it looks like he took a little break. He abused the discussion that we had, and he's gone back, and now he's not only talking about issues. which is fine. You can criticize some of the things he talked about are really true, like corruption and the things that we already know about Africa. But some of the other things he talked about sounded like somebody that has a deep hatred for Africans. And I'm like,
No, the stuff you was just saying about Africa, it sound like pot calling the kettle black. To me. It does. I gotta be honest.
Why are you there? You don't need to be there. You know,
why are you in America then? I guess the argument could be made that you need to be in America because of the economic opportunities. But then you can't separate African Americans from you having the possibility to do that. You just can't. They're the reasons why you can vote. They're the reasons why once you get some citizenship, they're the reasons why you are even able to access citizenships. They're the reasons why African Americans marching is the reason why they can't discriminate against you and say dark-skinned people can't immigrate to the country. It's literally against the law because of African Americans. America wasn't even letting y'all in at one point. Y'all don't call him a tether. This is how the average black man feel when black women criticize pot calling the kettle black. But here's the thing. Black men be on here talking mad shit about black women. Y'all will watch some of the same channel, not just specifically you, Kelvin, but I have heard these men sit up and watch channels where all they do is rag on black women. But as soon as I say something like the black men that are going abroad and putting this shit on internet in these groups, that they quit doing that because it make the rest of us look bad, then guess what? Now I'm anti-black. But we'll literally sit up and listen to black men just go the fuck in and talk about our hair, talk about the way we look. I mean, honestly and truly, it be sounding like the third or fourth rising of the Klan.
You really don't have to be there because we also don't like you like that. You know, if so, O'Shea has become a pest. Austin Holloman has become a pest. We want Black America in Africa, but we don't want.
I'm gonna be so real with you, Nana. I'm gonna be so for real with you, Nana. Again, this is just me being an American, growing up with American, a mindset. Like, honestly and truly, let's just put it in the context of white Americans. It's a lot of white Americans that want selective immigration. But because of our laws and our Constitution, they can't have it. Do you honestly think that the majority of white Americans want Africans coming to the United States? Like, if they could cast a blind vote today, do you think that the majority, like if it was like, let's cast a blind vote, nobody would know. Do you think that the majority of white Americans would vote to continue letting African people immigrate to the United States? Especially considering all the controversy that has been very public with what's been going on with the Somali community in Minnesota. Like, Minnesota's like is too far gone at this point. And again, this is not my opinion on Africans. Again, I will continue to stress, I know a lot of hard-working, amazing African people who are coming over here doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're not scamming. But at the same time, we have to be like realistic about the social standing. Nana, had it not been for anti-discrimination laws, y'all would not be over there. I gotta be honest with y'all. Y'all would not be in the United States at all.
these Black Americans in Africa. There's a difference. We want Black America in Africa. A lot of us believe that Black America has an ancestry connected to the.
But what he don't understand, to be fair, and I did call out Somalians in Minnesota, and that's great of him. What he don't understand is that in America, y'all, I know, Africa is a very diverse continent. It's not a country, and the cultures are different. They're so different from country to country. The cultures, the food, everything varies. But what he has to understand, that he might not like this is just the way of the world. The rest of the world, we tend to put y'all all in one box. We tend to pretty much view y'all the same. Same way how you putting all African Americans in one box in the stuff that you've been saying. That's how the world view, like Africans is Africans. And we view y'all pretty much the same. We might view the Egyptian a little bit differently. You know, we put them more in the category of like Arabs. That's about it. So it's like when the Somali community do something bad, we put the rest. It look bad on the whole continent.
Of Africa. So we do like Black America in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
But if these are the Black Americans you're going to send us, Africans would develop some fatigue, and you will have yourselves to blame for sending us these Black Americans. You know, you will have yourself to blame. And these people are wise. That's why they're in East Africa. Why don't they do this bullshit in West Africa? They know it's not going to fly. But I think
I'm going to be very honest when I say this. Now, Black people know a bit about Africa. And like, if I had to choose between living in East Africa or West Africa, I'm choosing East Africa every time. We know the difference. I'm choosing East Africa every time. It ain't about, oh, this bullshit not gonna fly. Nana is right wing. Okay. His politics. Are you from Ethiopia, said? His politics. Where are you from? It's closer to Passport Bros than it is to me. If I was gonna choose just off top based on what I know about Africa, if I had to choose the countries that I was gonna live in Africa, it would have to be Ethiopia or Kenya. It would have to be one of those. And in Kenya, in Ethiopia, I don't even know then. It's not because of those countries. They're too close to Somalia for me. That's too close to a lot of political strife for me. Trying to think what I might live in South Africa, depending. I might do South Africa. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Maybe they'll come to mind.
Africa will catch on, and we need to get more of our people listening to us so that they can develop some hostile attitudes towards some Black Americans. Not all, but some Black Americans.
But here's the thing, the way you talking, Nana, and the tribalism that exists in Africa, you already know it ain't finna be no some. You already know it's not finna be no some. It's about to be all. It's a lot. It's here's the thing, and this is what I noticed, even just being around like Ethiopians and the tribalism that they'll have around other tribes. Like once they decide they don't like a group of people, majority of the time they're putting them all in one box. And then that's how these like tribal wars and stuff escalate like that.
Like an Austin Holloman, like an O'Shea Duke Jackson.
What the hell is Austin doing that's so bad though? Zed, do you watch Austin Holloman? Because I'm trying to figure out what the hell Austin be doing that's so bad.
I know a couple Black Americans in Africa. I actually have a consultation with a brother next Sunday where I'm going to help him with his move to Ghana. I'm going to give him some good advice for his move to Ghana. So obviously, I don't hate Black Americans. See, and
you saying you don't hate Black Americans? Okay, cool. But then you were saying we don't own no businesses and shit. And we come from the ghetto. And y'all don't want to live around us in the ghetto. You might not hate us, but you don't have a very high opinion of us. Okay.
I want to give him those guidances because that is the Black.
Then I saw a post. Let me go look and make sure. Like I saw some posts of you calling us like chimps. And it's like, sir, I need you to think about that. I need you to think about that. Let me see what it say. We will be exposing some things until we get these chimps out of the Africa by every means possible. Now, you might have just been calling like the Passport Bros chimps. Cool. I'll give you that. I'll say you were just talking about Passport Bros. Who's going to tell you? Who's going to tell you that that is how the rest of the world refers to y'all? Who's going to tell you? Okay. I don't think that. It's just what it is. That's how the rest of the world views y'all. So why would you even say something like that in reference to, Black Americans? Like I personally, like if I were you, I would have picked something different. Like I wouldn't have picked something that somebody can turn around and like use on me. Like I would have went for something completely different. I would have went from that angle.
American that I want in Africa. So it's not all.
Sir, you got to understand. When we was coming up in school, what we was taught about Africa is that the first humans that evolved from primates was in Africa. You got to understand that. You gotta I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying like this is like 100%, 1000% like ignorant as hell. I'll give you this, but I'm just giving you a realistic thought process of what the average person is thinking. I have an African boyfriend. He's from Liberia. And I never, whenever we would get into it or get into an argument, because I would never bring up him being like Africa. This is like one of my boyfriends in high school. He started dating this girl from Honduras, and every time that we broke up and he started going with her, which was really fucked up because me and the girl, you know, was enemies. But I digress. He started dating this Honduran girl, and every time they would get into it, you know what she would say to him? That's what take your ass back to Africa to run with the lions and go be with the monkeys and the stuff like, you know, like this is what people be saying. This is the type of way people think, is what I'm trying to explain to you. So I wouldn't say that if I was you. I wouldn't say none of that in reference to African American. I didn't say Africans was chimps, sir. Nor am I calling Africans chimps. He is referring to these African American men as chimps. And I am saying that's not, I would not use that reference if I was him, because people often use that in reference to African people. Yes, Latin Americans in particular. Don't get into it with an Argentinian, nah. They finna do like that. I swear, this not even me trying to be funny. I done seen them do it in Brazil. They be doing this shit at the soccer games. They be like, ooh, 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 ooh. They do shit like that. They'll throw a banana at you, everything. Okay. I done dated the rainbow.
Black Americans. It's specific individuals like Jay Rello, like Austin Holloman, like O'Shea Duke Jackson. These people have become like agents, cancers. They've become like, you know, I put it on the community tab. We have this in Africa where if you have a field, you know, a field that you want to plant, like a farm, a field, and you have one weed in that field, and you ignore that weed, that weed eventually will outgrow your crops. This is an African saying, right? A proverb in Africa. That weed will outgrow your crops. And when it comes time to harvest, you will harvest only weeds.
Well, that's true.
Okay. So O'Shea Duke Jackson is a weed in Africa. Through O'Shea Duke Jackson, we got Austin Holloman because he invited them to come over. And he keeps telling brothers to come and visit him while he's there.
What's wrong?
He promotes the degenerate part of his time in Africa. And these
y'all catch me up to speed. What do O'Shea be doing? Because I be watching a lot of his content and it seems educational. So is he mad that O'Shea is inviting Black men to come to Africa? Because if that's the case, Africans do that in the United States. Africans will come, get set up, get a house, and then invite their relatives over to come live with them and, you know, form community. What is the problem? I'm trying to understand. It's not just Africans. Dang near everybody that go to America, once they get set up shop, they invite their relatives and people that they know and hooking them up with resources. Why can't African Americans do that? So maybe I need to hear more of the story about what O'Shea is. What is O'Shea doing? I've never heard. It's news to me. Oh, you see, that's how Argentinians did I Show Speed. Yeah. Exactly. Okay. He feel like O'Shea is exploiting Africa. How? I need people to explain. Let me say this. If net immigration to my country from your country is larger than if net immigration from your country to my country is larger than net immigration from my country to your country, you don't got shit to say. You don't got shit to fucking say. As much money, U.S. aid was just handing out American taxpayer dollar, that America was just handing out, as much as American taxpayer money gets laundered to a lot of these other countries. I ain't even just talking about Africa. I say this shit about Latin American countries too. People really should never, like, unless we are doing bad activities in your country, have absolutely no right to talk about us moving there and exploiting or doing nothing. As much money as people come to the United States and make, whether it be legally or illegally, I don't want to hear that shit. I do not care. So unless you can tell me specifically, like, something horrendous that these men are doing or Black Americans are doing, if it's just, oh, they over there making money or promoting services that they provide. So what's the issue? You mad they making money when you come to my country and make money all the time? I don't want to hear that shit. I do not care to hear that. Now, if it's something where they're causing harm, doing something to your women, to your children, fighting y'all, terrorizing, like that kind of stuff, absolute out of line, driving up the crime rate. Okay. But if it's just he over there making money, please stop. One problem that Nana has with O'Shea is that O'Shea occasionally make content talking bad about Africans. Meanwhile, Africans be talking shit about the United States. Meanwhile, living in the United States, they do that shit all the time. Do that all the time. Ilhan Omar can't shut the hell up. Her ass literally had to flee war to come to the United States and still be sitting up talking shit about the United States. She literally is a millionaire since going into politics and still can't shut the hell up. I got friends. I'm African friends from high school. God damn! Every time election season comes, they sitting up complaining about the United States in some shape or form. So, what's the problem? Also, in 2025, O'Shea made videos personally insulting Nana because Nana made videos critiquing one of his videos. Thus, the issues between them started there. Interesting.
People are not just visitors. You know, like I can accept a Jirello because he's a weekender. He'll come in and do degenerate stuff and they will leave. But when you have people like O'Shea, first of all, he's discouraging other Black people from enjoying the things that he enjoys about Africa. Africa has some problems. We all know that. It's not a secret, man.
Okay. So
before you go to Africa, you know what to expect. Did these people not know what is in Africa? Were they expecting that they were going to see Wakanda and some skyscrapers? Whoa.
Some people don't. It's some things we don't know. It's a lot of Black people that are naive. It's a lot of Black, for example, the scamming that be going on at the airports, or people like these people that work at these airports in certain countries like Nigeria. A lot of Black people, because we're not used to certain shit, they don't go on at our airports. We don't know that as soon as you step off the airport, you step off the plane, and they see you Black American, they finna start begging your ass for some money. We don't know that. A lot of Black people don't know, because here's the thing, Black people have been taught, we have different ideas of race. Black people have been taught that slavery was all white people's fault, and there are our arch nemesis, and every other minority in the world is our friend, and that African people view us as their long lost brothers and cousins and sisters, and they're ready to reunite with us. So when these men go to Africa and they warn Black Americans about certain things, it's because we really don't know. Black Americans don't know to watch out for real estate scams and things like that. Or like we have no clue. So because you're from Africa, African Americans think the rest of the world is like, again, most African American people think the United States is the worst country in the world, that it's the most racist country in the world, and that everywhere else that they go is going to be better than the United. This is like how they genuinely think. I hate to break it to you. It is how we think. It's sad, but it's true.
What did they not watch enough National Geographic to know what they were getting into?
Okay, now you bringing up National Geographic. Okay, so let me tell you what National Geographic teaches us about Africans, right? It don't teach us that there are scams. It don't teach us about the political corruption or these little, scams that people run. What National Geographic teaches us, which is not all the way accurate for most parts of Africa, it's not accurate for most parts of Africa, is that y'all be eating out of out of the same bucket, and that y'all wear a loincloth and y'all live in huts next to the jungle. And then the commercials teach us that y'all be hungry with the flies. And that is not like, so even if you go by that is not an accurate representation of most of Africa. So we genuinely just don't have all the information. We don't know, sir. We don't know.
Talking as if we are asking him to develop us. I'm like, Ninja, go and develop the ghettos first. He's talking as if, yes, he's from the United States of America. I
understand that,
but he's talking as if his community is a big player in the United States.
I'll concede that point to you. I'll concede that point. Maybe Black American men should try to focus on developing, and it will probably be easy. But here's the thing. You got to understand, a lot of these men are going abroad to leverage their dollar, and it just goes further in these other countries. As far as my comment about O'Shea talking about African immigrants doing the same thing does not take away from the fact that it's hypocritical to do this on all sides. Fair point, but like, I'll just show the video where Nana's literally sitting in the United States of America talking shit about African Americans, saying we don't have businesses and we all live. And it's like, sir, we like literally, like, again, Black Americans are as American as apple pie. We've been there since white people have been there. We've been there for centuries. And the only reason why he's able to be there is because it's off of our backs, literally. At one point, Africans weren't even able to immigrate to the United States. They were excluded completely. So he literally shooting this from Prosper, Texas, is upset at O'Shea for talking about Africans while simultaneously talking the most shit about African American, who are American. Fuck that, we Americans.
Of America, and that is not true.
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can.
And this is the mindset that he needs to understand, that the problems of Africa that he's expressing is not news. It's only deterring other Black people from going there. That might be good for us. Keep it up, like No Limit Eddie.
Y'all see this?
Keep it up.
Only deterring other Black. See, so you don't want. That's what I'm saying. It sound like generalization to me. And yes, it is news to a lot of Black people.
And I think he's doing this thinking that it's going to hurt us, because these people, they are feel-good people, and they think that if they do things in a certain way.
African American people not going to the United States, to Africa. FBA is not going to Africa, might not hurt you. You know what will hurt y'all ass? Y'all not receiving them American tax dollars. No IMF loans. No foreign investment. No UN investment, which most of that's funded off of the American taxpayer, which includes the FBA. And if we held that same attitude, okay, more for y'all don't come there. Okay, what happens if the United States? Well, they already have during the they done cut down on a lot of that. But what if we just said no opportunities, no immigration from these countries? What do you think gonna happen? No, he was like one of those Liberians who, Liberia is a little bit different than the rest of Africa. You could clearly tell he was one of those Liberians who his ancestors left, like came from America, if that makes sense. Because, like in Liberia, when they settled Liberia, you had like the native population. And then there was a huge population of African Americans that went over to Liberia from the United States and, started a new life there. But he actually was closer to me in phenotype and looks. He was very light skinned and tall. Nana does do the same thing, and I had to point out to him that doing this is no different than xenophobic fake FBA goofballs. Nana's cool, but sometimes he reacts out of the xenophobic YouTubers. Yeah, I understand calling out bad behavior, but all of this just because the man talked about some negatives of Africa. I'm like, bruh, you allowed to critique a country that it would be different if O'Shea was over there harming women and children and doing all that extra, but it's like you allowed to say what you want to say. People come to the United States and say what they want to say about the United States all the time. It's a free country. So what? I'm not understanding.
It's going to affect us and it's going to hurt us. That's what they think and that's what they believe.
I don't think they're trying to hurt y'all. It
doesn't really hurt us because this is what we've been.
Why do y'all view that? People wanted other Americans to give you underestimate, and this is me talking shit about my own people, you underestimate just how ignorant and gullible Americans are to the rest of the shit that goes on around the world. You highly underestimate that. So they're giving them the real.
Going down. It's like, Ninja, you've only been there 6 years. I was born in the 80s.
6 years
when the West had internet, Africa had no internet.
I'm impressed.
When we finally got access to internet, we're using dial-up. 10 years ago, only few African cities were connected to cell service. Nowadays, in my rural towns and in my village, there's internet, there's cell service,
that's amazing.
There's Wi-Fi. There are road networks that are being constructed every day. But there's also some problems with urban expansion and floods and a few things that are happening. But it's not perfect. We have some structural problems like corruption. It exists here too. But it's not perfect. And Africans are aware of that.
So what's wrong with O'Shea saying that to everybody else?
But development has to look differently to us as Africans. It looks different to us. It shouldn't, we're not going to jump
If somebody wants to move to, okay, if somebody is thinking about moving from Africa, from the United States to Africa or to Ghana, wherever he's at, and they want to work online, it would serve them well to know that there are certain infrastructural problems that would interrupt that online work and that they need to consider that before moving abroad. It's perfectly fair to get on the internet and talk about that. Power outages. I talk about that over here in Santo Domingo. It's constantly, y'all see it, my internet be going in and out. I'm not going to exclude that information because I would just assume somebody knows that. And it's not the same as talking shit. It's just the reality of what's going on. So if you want to do the whole digital nomad thing and work online, you're going to have to be prepared for that. You light skin, but you still have West African face, especially your nose. Okay.
Overnight into a first world. That's what Black America is expecting of us. And they talk about African unity and Black unity and all this nonsense that they've crafted comes from the West. It's a Western mindset. Africa, just like Europe, is a continent of many countries. We've settled into our borders. Yes, they were colonial borders. But so are you.
I actually have my dad's nose. And my dad, his family is of German descent. But I actually have my dad's nose. He has I guess he got a West African nose.
European borders. European borders are a result of European cities fighting themselves and drawing their maps. God didn't make the maps of Europe. And God didn't make the maps of the United States of America. They came through conquest, agreements, cessations.
Okay.
And so is Africa. And that our colonial past is also part of our history. So you can't expect Togo to be the same as Ghana. Togo is going to be governed differently from Ghana. Nigeria is going to have a set of problems different from Ghana. Sierra Leone is going to have a set of problems different from Ghana.
I don't disagree with that.
Congo may have some Ebola crisis going on, but Ghana never has.
I mean, I'm still willing to talk to Nana. It's just like if we're going to talk, I'm gonna have to take him to task on the things he's saying. I'm gonna have to. I think he like listening to him. I think he doesn't understand. He doesn't have a good understanding of how not even just the West, but how people from most other countries and ethnicities view Africa when he's saying the things he's saying about FBAs. Does that make sense? It's like, so you gotta pipe that down some.
So if you take the entire continent of Africa and you look at it and pick one person's problems and project it on everybody, you are missing the point. That is the mindset of the Western Black. They still think that we're supposed to be one people. It's not gonna happen. Those are the dreams of that useless Pan-Africanism.
Sure.
It's a West.
That's not just the mindset of the Western Black. Now, here's the thing. There are differences in it because Black, I'm gonna keep it with y'all. White people put all y'all in the same category too. Asians put all y'all in the same category. Where the Black person is different is that here's our issue. We put all of y'all in the same category, but then we also think that y'all feel like we're also trying to make it seem like we come from the same, like we're all the same. Everybody Black. It's all the same. We need to stick together. But like, if you take us away from the equation, the white Americans still push y'all all in the same category too. It's just in a different way. they don't put y'all all in the same category while simultaneously trying to identify with you, because they don't see you when they don't see you in them and them in you. You hear what I'm trying to say? So that's not something like, if anything, the Black American is doing it out of goodwill, out of trying to, like, even though it's not like always, it can be very forceful, pushy, and annoying. The Black American wants to find some common ground with y'all. Versus the white American, they just injured. They it's just like y'all over there and we over here. But Black Americans genuinely want to believe that they can go to Africa and find a home, because in their mind, we are like, we were raised, we were all Black people, and it's heavily misinformed. It shows complete ignorance of the geopolitics in that area. But that's just the reality of the situation of how the majority of African Americans view it.
It's an ideology.
I used to do videos criticizing Austin for going to Africa and never used racist language like Nana does. Yeah. I mean, but Zach, can you tell me, like, what is your number one criticism of Austin going to Africa? Was it like when he was out here dating? Like, tell me, what's the issue? I want to know from your perspective.
We've accepted our countries as individual sovereign nations. The African unity we're talking about is integration and trade. It doesn't mean that I have to be Kenyan.
Fair point.
It means I have to be nice to my Kenyan brother, and I have to be able to buy tea from Kenya and sell Kenyans cocoa from Ghana. It means that we can have an educational exchange or cultural exchange, just like the European Union. It means that we can facilitate some border and trade agreements, maybe visa-free travel. So what the South Africans are doing, if they don't want African migrants like the Zimbabweans and the Malawians, which because they had some tough, sanctions from the West, so it killed their economies and it forced them to leave just because they were trying to reclaim their lands. And South African citizens say, okay, there's too many of you and you're illegal, go back. I can understand the South Africans. I can understand it from a logical point of view because that immigration is not controlled. And that immigration creates a lot of pressure on them. The problem with the South Africans is they're not targeting illegal immigrants.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not one of those Africans that think that every African should move into South Africa. It's not sustainable. That's not normal.
I agree.
The challenge we're giving our brothers in South Africa is you can demand that people that are illegal leave the country. That's okay. But don't target people that are legal. And that's not what the South Africans did. But O'Shea is saying Black Americans should support South Africans because they're chasing out African immigrants, because he hates Africans, which is fine. I'm not going to sit here and say every African should move to South Africa. I want each individual state to do better. Some are going to do better than some.
Africans don't want them there legal or illegal, then they got that right. You can't tell them what they should or should not be doing. These countries have the right to reverse immigration status at the will of the people. You can't say nothing about it. Same way how you don't see. That's what I'm saying. So O'Shea can't criticize the African countries he's in, but you got the right to try to dictate South African immigration policy to your liking when that's not your country. You got to make that make sense. So if he can speak on them, then if you can speak on them and what you think is right and the way you think they should handle the situation, and he can speak on the country that he's at. Because at the end of the day, you don't really got no ties or connections to them people anyway. Just like he don't. Right? Because y'all not all the same. FBA is foundational Black American. Y'all not all the same. Y'all different countries. Y'all not all the same. Right?
Oh. And it is up to us Africans to respect the laws that are set by different sovereign nations. Okay. It's only in America that people think that every African can just approve from one place and go to the next. It doesn't work like that. We are sovereign, independent countries. And we can make certain things work for ourselves, and that's no problem. But O'Shea is not looking at it that way. O'Shea is looking at
the USA. Y'all know how big our country is. If you want to change your life, you can just up and move from one state to the next. And them not really problems you got to worry about on our side of the world. Because it's such a big country. And I mean, right next, okay, you got Canada and Mexico. But we're not surrounded by all of these other countries, and we're a really small country. I think we take for granted how much of a blessing that is and how much that helps you to, first of all, it like you don't really got to worry about a whole bunch of war. Mexico and Canada not finna do shit, no way. Okay, so you don't got to worry about people running up on you, trying to invade you, trying to impose the laws of their land. None of that. That truly is something Americans take for granted. And like, I feel for people on the continent of Africa and all of the, like, that's a lot. They have to do a lot of geopoliticking to make sure that they're in good standing with their neighbors, that we don't necessarily have to do in the United States. All we have to do is make sure we have a strong military, and Mexico and Canada just know not to try it. They would never.
They're like, oh yeah, chase the Africans out. They're bad. Nigerians are bad. Generalizing. They're all this. They're all this. They're all that. Starts to diss Nigerian features while looking like a reincarnated monkey. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
They will mistake him for Nigeria. No, they will not. Number one. Ain't nothing Nigerian about me at all. I don't care how big my nose is. Jigga, I ain't no Nigerian ever been.
Now, O'Shea, if somebody told me you was Nigerian and you ain't say nothing, I would believe them. But I digress. And I'm not saying that about all Black Americans. I'm talking about O'Shea. Like I said this before, I say it again. FBAs have a particular look, but there are some of us that look more traditionally West African than others, and he's one of the few that does. But for the most part, FBAs have our own look about us. Even when we're dark skinned, most of the time you can tell the difference between an FBA and a West African.
O'Shea, let me see if I'm recording. I think I am. O'Shea Duke Jackson hate Africa. And he exposed himself. I think just give people time. You know, you will get to know their true color. What is their true intention, really? You know, for me, I will clearly say,
Black Americans didn't make the way for Africans to get to the state. Somebody said this in the chat. That's such an ignorant fucking thing to say. Do they really believe this shit? Do y'all really believe that white people wanted y'all coming over here? You think they like made that decision of their own accord and thought that that was like beneficial? Okay.
I do not trust Black Americans in Africa. I don't.
So this statement you just heard from Sheko. If you're a Black American, you're gonna listen to this and you think, oh, did he really said that? This is what I'm trying to say.
You gotta explain it, sir.
The more you send people like O'Shea Duke Jackson to the continent, African brothers like Sheku, he's Sierra Leonean British, so he's African. African brothers like Sheku, Nana, and the rest of us.
Pause the video. and
So
look at this
cool.
40
By that logic,
7,000-word
we
scientific
can say
paper
the
that's
more
been
that y'all be
data
sending
viz,
scammers to the
exact
United
editorial
States, it's a lot of
aesthetic. You
scammers.
think a design team
Not all of y'all scamming.
Event-
I don't even think the majority of y'all scamming. But baby, I'm gonna be so for real with y'all. When we used to work in a strip club, we loved it when the Nigerians walked through the door. Baby, when them Nigerian scammers walked through the door, they didn't care because they knew we finna go make this money right back, baby. We finna make this money right back. Okay? We can't work with the Kata. Who's a Kata kindergarten? Man, I used to love it when the Nigerians would walk through the door. God dang it, they was paying bills. Now, we said the more y'all send scammers to the United States and the stuff going on with them folks in Somalia, in Minnesota, that make us not want y'all there. How would you feel if we said that?
Actually,
I ain't gonna hold you. I love to see a Nigerian coming. It wasn't just them, it was other West African. I love, baby. I might have been ready to leave in the club. As soon as I look, let me tell you, it'd be time to get slow in the club. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to go change my outfit, head to the dressing room. Soon as I see an African walk through the door, particularly a West African, I'm running. Running.
will make Africa not a comfortable place for even the good travelers to Africa. You're doing things that Europeans don't even do. You guys complain about white people all the time. I've been in contact with Europeans since I was a kid because my dad owned a hotel.
Whole show on that. You seen biz of UK blacks clowning FBAs for not knowing where they from. UK blacks got their whole swag from Jamaica. No facts. And like, I would clown them back. Bitch, you don't know where I'm from, ho? I just told you I'm American. What part about that don't you understand? Just like the Jamaicans. Now, a lot of their ancestors came from Africa too. They don't be talking about what African country they from. They say they're Jamaica. Ghanaians say they're Ghanaian. Everybody else can claim the country that they were born in, even if they're Afro descended. The only ones that can't do that is Black Americans. We can't just say we American. Where the hell else you thought we came from? At this point, we've been over there in America. Like, again, we're American as apple pie. We are like American. We are entrenched in American culture. We are a part of the very fabric of American culture since before its inception as a nation. Where the hell I'm supposed to tell you I'm from? Another thing I see them say too is like when you ask a biracial Black American what they're mixed with, they just say black and white. And you know, us, we know where our parents come from. So like, for example, we might say my dad is Nigerian and my mom is English. Well, both of my parents were American. So what do you want me to say? Both of my parents' family have been in this country for a very, very, very long time. For generations. What do you want me to go all the way back in the archives and say, well, in 1692, my very first ancestor came here from Angola. So you want me to claim being an Angolan? And I don't know, them people don't got shit to do with them? Why doesn't a white American have to explain what country their ancestors came from? They can just say they're American. Why don't they have to give y'all the rundown on, oh, I'm Scottish, Irish, da da da, even though their family has been here for hundreds of years? Why don't they don't got to do that? But we got to do that. When we've been here just as long, if not longer than a lot of them. Because y'all got to understand, all them white Americans that were Italian, y'all got to understand this. The Italians and a lot of these people that came, not the Irish that came as indentured service, but the ones that came during the Second Industrial Revolution, those people came after slavery. A lot of those Southern Europeans, Southern and Eastern Europeans, we were here before them. They came after slavery in like 1890 during the Gilded Age and all that. So why the fuck they get to say they American? And we got to do all this explaining, giving you these 23andMe results. Akata is lying in Sugar Hill, Wesley Snipes movie, when the Africans didn't want to work with Americana. Okay.
My town. My dad built the first hotel in my town. So we always receive European visitors, mostly Germans and Dutch people. And they never would go back to Europe and say things like this about African people. They always talked about how warm and welcoming we were.
I'm gonna tell you another
to our
thing
guest.
too.
O'Shea has been welcomed.
Again, I see the way y'all will do white people better. Just going to the restaurants. We'll literally step over a black person dead body to go serve a white person. So they not a good measure of nothing, to be honest, right? And then another thing too, a lot of white people, especially like the white people most likely to go to Africa and visit, I'm gonna be so for real, be these liberal white people. And like they just won't say they won't mention certain things out of white guilt. Like they feel like they be bad for saying it. They feel like it make them look bad if they say certain things out loud. Black Americans don't give a damn. We don't have white guilt. So we can really just say what we want to say.
Welcomed in Africa.
Y'all make sure that y'all hit the like button.
They have worked for him. He cannot return to the US because he won't get the amount of talent for the price that he pays in Africa.
Well, that's true.
So for him to be able to live on a cheap and maximize his content creation business, Africa is a suitable location for him.
True.
He's no different than an African that migrates to South Africa or to the US for a better life.
Okay.
But it's just this superior trend that blacks in the West, when they move to developing countries, they still think they are superior to the host countries and its citizens simply because they may have a few dollar signs that the host people don't have. But there are richer people in Uganda than O'Shea. And even they don't talk like this.
He's speaking facts.
So
I can't argue.
O'Shea Duke Jackson is exploiting Africans. And then he does little good deeds on the side. Then he gets cover and people talk about it. I saw Afro Think Tank make a video talking about how good O'Shea is doing in Africa. This is why I equate all these people the same. I don't care if you're Pan-African or not. I think these guys that disguise themselves as Pan-Africans are even worse than just a regular black folk that doesn't know anything about Africa and just visits. See, O'Shea has become a pain in the butt of Africans, man. And I'm very disappointed in Uganda. I don't know why they keep renewing these visas. They
Same
got him
reason
out of
why
there.
Africans being in the United States talking shit, and we keep renewing their visa. Hell, we not even finna talk about the immigration fraud. So if him talking shit is bad enough for his visa to not get renewed, you already know, because you know the immigration fraud, the rampant immigration fraud, falsified documents, marrying a sibling, changing birth dates, all that type of shit that goes on with these documents that a lot of these Africans in the United States turned in. Yet they be getting renewed, they be getting their stuff renewed. So I mean, some things you just gotta charge it to the game. Gotta charge it to the game, baby.
And I think he paid some bribes to get back in there. And he's only been there for about a month, and he started all over again.
Hey.
Like, Ugandans, when are you going to open your eyes, man? We can't keep fighting your battles for you. We have more serious problems in Africa to add these PTSD generators to our problems. He showed you who he was. He got out of there. And then he worked his way back into that place, probably by bribing his way. And then he gets drunk, fires up a live stream, really disgraces himself, and then just straight out insult the same Africans that are hosting him. I'm not hosted in America by the Black community.
I heard nothing he said.
I don't make any money off of the Black community in America. I don't. I work in corporate America. That is my company. My whole team is literally 99.9% white and Asian. A mix of white, Asian, and maybe one or two Africans walking around, you know? So I don't make money, even on YouTube, I don't make money off of Black America. I don't fundraise. I don't ask for donations. I don't ask for super chats. So I don't make money off of the Black community in America. Even when people have called me for consultations about moving to Africa or even their career advancements, I do it for free. I don't charge them anything. I give people 30 minutes to an hour of my time for free. So I am doing some type of a service. The Ghanaian lawyer that, in my wife's case, where she does pro bono, 2 or 3 pro bono cases a year, she's serving the community in America. The Ghanaian doctor, the Nigerian doctor, the Kenyan nurse, they are all doing a service. Yes, they get paid for it, but they are saving lives. They are working. Work is not free. They get compensated, yes, but they do a whole lot of good in America. As long as they are legal, I got no problems with them. I don't care where you're from. As long as you're legal and you're playing by the rules and you're paying your taxes and you love your community and you're being a good person, I have no issues with. I don't even care what your political ideology is. Some of my best friends are hardened liberals, but I still get along with them. I don't care. So the frustrations that he's going through in Africa is it's manufactured. It's not true. This guy has been ideologically moved by being on the internet too much. He's stressed out about his life and how he doesn't feel like he's achieved a lot. He believes, and he says this all the time, that he's been made by his community, like that Black Americans is what made him, and because that's the audience that watches his video. So he's gonna make content that Black Americans like. And what is the content Black Americans like today? FBA-leaning content, the Tariq Nasheed stuff, content that disrespects Africans. And his version is more powerful and venomous because he's doing it from the continent of Africa. And we know the American education system here. I mean, I saw Jason Whitlock today still talking crazy about this African religion and why Polarun should not be playing for the United States of America and why he's an anchor baby and all kinds of bullshit, even though the guy is born in America and he went on a big rant about birthright citizenship. That motherfucker is the reason why the Team USA even got this far. Team USA would have stunk it up without that dude. He's the only one scoring your goals. Good nations attract the best talent. If you don't take him, some other nation will take him. The same with the guys that come here to do medicine. If the USA don't take you, Canada will take you. Australia will take you. Some of us had quite a bit of options as to where to go get educated. I started with the Soviets. Then I ended up in the West. Some people go to England, France, wherever they can get a quality education to stand
like a
out.
medical doctor? Or like that's his
People
education?
move around the same way you decided to move around. You are not in Africa for charity.
Mm-hmm.
You made a conscious decision to move there because you had struggles with relationships in America. But you want to discount that as if it's not anything. It's also something. You know, it's also something. Why didn't you do these relationships here then? No society is perfect. There's definitely something in Africa that you want. That is why you've moved there. If you don't like it, you wouldn't have moved there, right? You are there because there is an advantage to you. If there is no advantage to me being in the US, I would not be here.
Oh, true.
So there is an advantage to O'Shea being in Africa. If there is no advantage, he would have been gone. Majority of us Africans, he's heard it on the internet. He's heard it from everybody. We don't like him there. I don't know a single African that wants O'Shea Duke Jackson there. And we know because we've done stories on him. Even the people that work for him.
That's right, Pastor.
The people that used to be his friends, like Wodemaya. He's taking little shots at Wodemaya. Wodemaya is a much better content creator than you. And he didn't leave Africa. He did everything by himself in Africa. You cannot take credit for Wodemaya's success. I saw you trying to do the same with Flacco. Because somebody calls you for an advice, somebody calls me for career advice and I give it to him and they get the job, I'm not going to sit here and say that I created that person. I just offered them advice.
Okay, fair point.
It may or may not have helped them. Who knows? Okay? So to claim credit for their success and to make it look like, oh, because I've done this for them.
Man, we do that all the time. You know what? Now
them.
you making a good point, baby. You cannot accept. That's something we got bad, and that's something I see in this travel space a lot. And people be like, just like with Homie's Hub. He was like, oh yeah, he's trying to act like he made me over here because I responded to him talking shit about me. But here's my whole thing: if you made me, then make another one. The reality of the matter is, yeah, you brought attention to my page, but I had already put in a lot of work on YouTube. And then what happened is people came and I had a body of work. I had a body of work that was already here. And sometimes you just need the eyes on you. And people came, they listened to me, they saw my body of work, and they stayed. That's what happened. So we got that real bad in the African American community. That's why a lot of Black people don't like asking people for help. We very prideful. Why? Because guess what? We know 9 times out of 10 that shit finna get thrown up in your face at some point. And people are gonna want to take credit even though you put on the work. Don't switch up on us when you start to get bigger. Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm a stay me. I'm a stay me. Yeah, I'm only growing. I'm only growing from here. But you get what I'm trying to say. People will act like they made you when it's and they try to act like it's not you that's keeping people there. Or I've grown. I'm continuing to grow. No matter what topic I talk about, I'm continuing to grow.
Well, you got to ask yourself, here, who's the common denominator here? How come Wodemaya is no longer friends with you? Because they've noticed that you're an idiot. You get drunk, you're out of control, you're still not matured after living in African culture. You've not matured, even though you went there for maturity. bullshit first, but at least when you live amongst people, you pick the positives of that community to improve yourself. Like I picked the positives of America to improve myself. That is why I didn't come here to be gang banging, to be shooting people, to be acting thuggish, to be doing teen takeovers.
Not teen
I came here and I picked the positives of America to improve my life, like expanding my Christian values, going to church. I went to church today. That's why we're doing the marriage series at church today. That's why I couldn't start my stream. You know, strengthening my relationship with my spouse and my children, helping my children grow, working, paying my taxes. These are all the positive, good values that I learned from America. Being able to speak about issues, communicate publicly with people, and be confident in the things that I talk about. These are all values that I learned for being in America. Being racially tolerant, to be able to go to a white man's house and have dinner and not see him as a different person. To be able to walk across the street to my Indian neighbor and not see color. Because we didn't have this privilege in Africa. We're all black. So I come here and I know that me and my white neighbor have the same struggles or the same victories. It's encouraging. And that's another dimension of maturity to my life. These are all the positive benefits of America. But if your community sees that multiculturalism part as being pro-white or being pro this or being pro that, there's always this division that exists.
Well, I can
And this
agree
is
with
why
Nana
it's
a
created
little
this
bit on this. Here's the thing. The way he's speaking about his relationship with white America, and I understand because of the history of slavery and the things that we've learned and the way that we view that whole thing, right? How we view it historically and how a lot of these policies have historically affected our policy. See, here's the thing. Nana don't really have a bone to pick with that because they came when all the work was done. So they don't have any animosity toward white people because they've done nothing but been able to reap the benefits of the United States. Whereas you got to now, granted, I think black people, it's certain things we got to quit acting like we still in 1960, or we got to quit acting like we living in the Jim Crow South, right? But a lot of us African American people were raised by people who went through those things. A lot of us might have had a parent or a grandparent that was around during the civil rights movement. A lot of us were, we had, like my great grandmother, both of them lived in the Jim Crow South. My grandfather, he wasn't a slave, but he was, at the time he was coming up, he picked cotton because that's what they did. They were sharecroppers. So it's like we were raised and influenced by generations who came from hard times where life was very different from black people. And they instilled the mentality in us that white people are a certain way and they're not going to change and they're going to always be the same. So it's like kind of while America was moving forward, you have these people instilling certain things in us based on real events and real things that they experienced. My mom, when she went to school, the white boys would chase them and throw rocks at them and call them the N-word. That wasn't my experience growing up. This happened to my mom in the 70s. I never experienced anything like that. But you have to understand, African American FBAs, we were raised by people who went through all that shit and put it in our head. So guess what? We battling with a different thing than what an African who is coming here and has only been able to reap the benefits of all of that after the fact. You can see it with a fresher lens or a fresher eyes, or you can judge white people by the contents of their character and the color of their skin. These are things and views that have been instilled in us since birth. And it's very hard to get away from that. And it does stunt our growth because we're not there anymore. And that's why y'all are able to come here and get ahead. Nobody told you that you weren't going to be able to achieve in the United States just because you're Black or you're dark. Black Americans were told, not by white Americans, but by our own family members, our mothers, our fathers, and our grandparents, that because we were Black, that our lives, we would have to work 10 times harder. And that even then, white people were not going to let us get as far in life as them. So what does that do to a young Black person when you hear this all your life? Some people just give up before they even shit. If I'm still not going to be able, if I can work hard and I still not be able to achieve or be where I want to be, then what's the point? It fucks their head up when you tell them stuff like that when they're that young. Some people decide to still work hard anyway, but when they get on the job, they self-sabotage because every little thing that happens, every little microaggression, whatever, instead of just ignoring that shit, they start letting that shit affect them. And guess what? Now, whereas they could have learned how to play the game, they're letting it either real or perceived racism that they're experiencing in their company be a deterrent to their growth. Whereas the African person, y'all not really got that, you're more likely to say, well, maybe I didn't get the promotion because I should have worked harder, or I should have went and worked on my communication skills, or I should have did. Y'all don't automatically just put that off to it's because I'm African. Y'all can go figure out it because you don't have all these blockers in your mind. You can go figure out a way to go get what you want to get. Very true. My father and grandmother told me some things. Yeah. So we got a whole lot mentally that we battling in the African American community.
Conflict between us and y'all, because we don't want to be marching and yelling at people that have done nothing wrong to us. I don't want to be marching and yelling at my neighbor. I don't want to be rejoicing the stabbing death of a white school child.
And I didn't agree with that.
By a Black child. I don't have to be rejoicing teens in South Carolina beating a policewoman who is white.
I don't either.
This happened last night.
I don't either. But again, Nana, you got to understand the only reason why you don't have to march about anything at all, because that shit was already done. So now we just marching about dumb shit at this point. Now we nitpicking. But there was a point in time where there were very serious issues that Black people had to march about. And that's why you here.
Things like that. I don't have to be rejoicing a man and a woman in South Carolina killing their daughter, burying that child, and a month later calling the police and saying the child is missing.
Well, we don't rejoice that either.
What you're looking at right now, consistent characters,
Like
real
personal
dialogue,
rejoice over
cinematic
that.
lighting, came out of one short solo workflow.
I don't want to rejoice those things.
We don't either.
I don't want to possess
Nobody
this
say that.
mentality of violence and rebellion that exists in certain parts of America. That's not what I came here to do.
Nolan Wells, say his name.
So you could also take the positive parts of African society and use that to improve your life. And if you don't find anything positive there, leave. Nobody wants you there, bro. Leave. You are in a part of Africa where you have no ancestry to. Uganda was not part of the transatlantic slave trade. So they don't owe you anything. You're a visitor to the place. They don't owe you anything. And you're a pest. Nobody, like, this is the painful part of this O'Shea Duke Jackson thing. This guy is a pest. Like, the Africans don't want him over there, yet he's still not leaving. It's the same problem with Austin Holloman. We don't want you over there. I mean, to his credit, O'Shea is not scamming. But Austin is scamming and threatening.
This the shit.
As for calling him out.
First of all, I did not
And
see
the
that.
only reason-
Second, y'all will use shit that is so rare, and now black people walking around acting like we fear for our life that we finna get hung. What are you talking about? There was just a black lady hung in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't hear about that. But let's say this. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt. It said it did happen. First of all, that was fucked up. Rest in peace to her. I'm going to say I never in my life, the whole time I grew up in Texas, we had slavery too. I never feared that I was going to get caught and hung. And if I did fear that, that would be an irrational fear. Because that's not something that's common. That's a rarity. But never once in my life did I fear that white people were going to catch me and hang me. So it's like y'all will use these weird. You know what? I'm more likely to be a victim of femicide than to get hung by a white person. I'm more likely to get unalived by my male partner. I'm more likely to get unalived by somebody that looks like me or the same race as me than I am to go get hung by a white person. I'm more likely to get into a car accident than I am to be hung by a white person. It's so many other things that will happen to me today in 2026 before a white person even think about hanging me. But yet this is the stuff that y'all want us to focus on. Sir, not only do we kill back, a black person is 2 times more likely, 2.5 times to be exact, more likely to kill a white person than a white person is to kill a black person. Did you know that, sir? And yet and still white people ain't really walking around doing no marching about how much more we killed, like more we kill them than they kill us. That ain't really something they even having to talk with their children about, to be honest. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all will sit up here and blow shit out of proportion so that we walk around and have irrational fears. White people are still killing us. Look at the new. And last time I checked, black people still killing white people too at higher rates. You don't want me to pull up the statistics.
They can do this openly is because they're walking around East Africa. Why don't you motherfuckers bring this shit to West Africa? Take it over there. Go to Nigeria and talk all this bullshit that you talk about. You know what's going to happen when you do that. And these blacks are not idiots. They are aware. They know where they can play stupid and where they cannot. And I'm calling on Ugandans, you know?
Sir, why are
if these people come over
here in my comments chatting? Because I'll agree with this stupid ass race baiting shit that you fucking talking about. What I said was black people kill white people at a rate that is about 2.5 times higher than white people killing. I can pull up the stats. Oh my gosh. Dumb shit. I'm pulling it up right now. Don't worry.
there. Scam them. Because that's what they're saying about us anyway. If they are buying products from you, charge them twice, 3 times the price. If they employ you, steal their equipment, steal their products. Destroy, make sure those businesses they set up don't work because they came with dollars, right? Use it up. If they, what do you call it? If they want to buy real estate, sell them customary land and sell them, give them a fake title. And watch them lose tens and 20, 30, $40,000. Eventually they're gonna leave. Because your government is not going to push them out. This is why we need to expand our broadcast.
Even then, the likelihood of you getting killed by a law enforcement officer is very low. You more likely to get killed by your neighbor. So even that is not an issue that I'm too much concerned over. Y'all got to stop having irrational fears over stuff that statistically is way less likely to happen to you than you just interacting with the people that is around you in your surroundings. Okay, but let me show you this. I'm gonna show y'all this and then I'm gonna get on. Now, some of y'all don't understand the difference between proportionality. So this is a homicide racial breakdown. Okay. So if we're asking about the United States, the best available data come from the FBI homicide data. So the question is, what are the rates that white people kill black people at versus the other way around? And that analysis that they compile those records, the exact numbers vary, somewhat by year, but the overall pattern has been fairly consistent for decades. So if it's a victim where if it's the case where the victim is white and the offender is white, that's between 80 to 85% of the time. When the victim is black and the offender is black, that's about 85 to 90% of the time. Okay, so it looks like even black people are victimizing each other at higher rates. Now, if you have a case where the victim is white and the offender is black, that happens about 7 to 10% of the time. So this is like where the black person kills the white person. Now, if the victim is black and the offender is white, that's between 8 to 12% of the time, which, stay with me, that sounds higher. But now you have to take into account proportionality. So looking at the annual totals, black offenders killing white victims is roughly 450 to 600 homicides. Okay, so the raw numbers, black people kill white people, that's between 450 to 60 homicides annually. Where white offenders are killing black victims, that's 200 to 30 homicides annually. So in terms of raw counts, there are generally about 2 times as many black on white homicides as white on black homicides in years with comparable reporting. Okay, so I don't know. I don't give a fuck if you think I'm on some bullshit. I'm not finna sit up here and argue with you about facts because you got in your feelings. Don't forget the Latinos and Arabs to be classified as white sometime. Well, the Africans be classified as black too. So, I mean, we got to account for that. Maybe the victim wasn't a black person that a white person killed. Maybe they was African, or maybe they was Caribbean, or maybe they was something that wasn't FBA. Boy, I don't give a fuck about what you talk about. I just want the people to see where you at mentally. You think you finna argue with me about fucking facts? Get your obsessed bitch ass on somewhere. I do not give a fuck about what your hoe ass talking about, weird ass nigga. I don't give a fuck if people get mad that I literally brought up the data and that I wasn't just talking out my ass. Majority of the people, I'm pretty sure none of the people watching me are ever gonna get hung by a white person in the United States. You dumbass motherfucker. And for you to try to get upset with me that I'm not promoting that as an ideology is retarded. You're a fucking retard. You're a race baiting retard. That's not the Andrew Show. That's the troll, a troll account. Maybe it ain't. People who hate facts are childish. Right, like, bro. You see, people like you, we can't win. We supposed to just question our whole reality. Let me tell you something. The reality of the matter is I'm not scared to get hung by a white person. And I don't know anybody who's been hung by a white person. I don't even know somebody that knows somebody that's been hung by a white person. Like in real life. I'm not talking about shit they saw on TV. I don't even know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that they met in real life that got hung by a white person. I be using the word retarded. I think we need to bring that back. I don't give a fuck. People really do be retarded. What you want me to say? What other word do you want me to say? Mentally challenged? No, I'm not using them euphemisms. Mentally challenged means retarded. That's what people want to say. Retarded. Okay. Yeah, we need to make that word great again. All of this trying to police people word choice because we try not to hurt feelings. You know, I would never call an actual person that's really like dealing with that kind of stuff that, but when you something ain't supposed to be wrong with you and you acting like something wrong with you, I'm calling your ass is a retard. I don't give a fuck. You on your radio shit. Anyway, it's been real, y'all. I'm finna get off of here. It's almost 3 a.m. I gotta get up early. Y'all smash that like button. I'll see y'all tomorrow.